declare it open, and then off you go. Welcome, my name is Chris Lynch. Tonight we're starting with the public hearing, and I call this public hearing open.
Good evening. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on proposed plans and specifications for the 2016 Liberty High School furniture project. The Board of Directors set the time for this hearing on October 11, 2016. Notice of public hearing was published in Iowa City Press Citizen on October 12th. The district will receive bids on this project at 2 p.m. October 17, 2016 at the Educational Services Center located at 1725 North Dodge Street, Iowa City, Iowa. Notice to contractors was published as required by law in multiple statewide plan rooms and on the Iowa City Community School District website on October 3rd, 2016. Is there any questions from the public? Please come up to the mic. Okay. Is there any questions from the board?
Yes. On the furniture, what can you give us a scope as far as the furniture that's going to be involved in this, Dwayne?
This particular bid involves all the student desks, teacher desks, podiums, science room tables, kitchen tables, basically all the tables and chairs for the building.
Well, I'd heard from some staff members on cafeteria tables in particular that there was one type they were getting from Prison Industries that was hard to clean, was actually causing injuries to people trying to fold them up and move them. Are their concerns being taken into consideration on this? And
I've heard some of those, and we have 4 bidders that have submitted, so we'll check it out.
Okay. Will there be an opportunity for staff to kind of, before you come forward with that, kind of give us a review on that or something?
If they'd like to forward that information to me or give me a call, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Scott Kibbe, the new principal, is going to go to Iowa Prison Industries on Friday and look at their proposed tables, so he'll have a pretty good feel for it.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
We also had a staff committee involved with reviewing various selections of chairs and tables and so forth, and that involved a broad section of our staff in that pre-selection process. So.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? I declare this public hearing closed. Welcome to the Iowa City Community School District meeting on Tuesday, October 25th. My name is Chris Lynch. I declare this meeting adjourned. Or sorry, not adjourned.
Okay.
We'll open the meeting. Well, that was a quick one.
I'll
The
take
Cubs are playing tonight.
Cubs win. Cubs win.
All right, let's try that again. Welcome to the Iowa City Community School District School Board meeting on Tuesday, October 25th. I declare this meeting open. I'd like to start. Thank you to those in the audience for taking and those on TV for taking an interest in our district business. I'd like to start tonight by introducing those at the table with me. To my right is Superintendent Steve Murley, and then Directors Lori Rowland, Phil Hemingway, Brian Kurtzling, Tasha Deloge, Paul Rosler, Chris Liebing, and Recording Secretary Kim Colvin. The public is reminded if they wish to speak, they need to complete a speaker form found at the table in the lobby and turn it in. During community comment, persons may speak to the board about topics relevant to the district. All community comment directed at non-agenda and agenda items shall take place at the beginning of the meeting during the community comment of the agenda. And the first item on the agenda tonight is community comment. Thank you for your interest in the district and for your willingness to share your comments. You're reminded to give your name, address, and the topic you wish to speak. During community comment, persons may speak to the board about topics relevant to the district. All comment directed at non-agenda items and agenda items shall take place now and shall be limited to 4 minutes per speaker. Initial community comment shall be limited to 1 hour. Remaining community comment, to the extent necessary, shall take place at the end of the meeting. To the extent you are commenting on items not on our posted agenda, the board may ask follow-up questions of speakers, but is prohibited by Iowa open meetings laws from responding to questions of speakers or engaging in substantive discussion regarding non-agenda items. And first up tonight is Heather Young and Kelly McLean will be on deck. Heather?
Thank you. My name is Heather Young, and I'm here to discuss community concerns about the school district's use of isolation boxes and seclusion rooms in elementary schools. I found out about these isolation boxes and seclusion rooms on Sunday, September 18th, on the front page of the Cedar Rapids Gazette newspaper. I have since called the district office for more information, and I've asked district officials about them, and I've discovered the first sentence of this newspaper article is very right when it starts out saying, "School seclusion rooms, little known to most parents." Because when I asked, I found out these boxes, these isolation rooms, are the best kept secret in our district. Trying to get anyone to talk to me about the boxes has been an exercise in utter futility. Just today, I called Grantwood Elementary to confirm how many isolation boxes they have in their building, and I was immediately transferred to the district office, which immediately transferred me back to Grantwood, where I was redirected to a voicemail. Getting anyone to even acknowledge these isolation rooms and boxes exist is like getting the CIA to discuss their black op torture sites. The one thing I've been repeatedly told by district officials is that the district follows the state statute regarding the use of isolation boxes. That's all they would say. So I went and read the state statute. It is called Chapter 103. In it, it says that parents and students are to be notified annually about Chapter 103 and the district policy on physical confinement and detention. This is definitely not happening. I have been a member of my granddaughter's IEP team for 3 years, and not once did anyone notify us of the existence of isolation boxes in her school, or that they can be used on my precious grandbaby without parental notification or approval. The only thing Chapter 103 requires is that an attempt is made to contact a parent or guardian the same day a child is put in a box. And I say box literally, because some of the schools in our district have isolation rooms, which are like closets. Other rooms, other classes in our district have literal plywood boxes in the classroom. Okay, per state statute, there is no minimum age limit or time limit for the use of isolation boxes. My 5-year-old, nonverbal, autistic grandchild who has terrible anxiety when transitions are not done right for her could have been put in a box as a 3-year-old in preschool. And we wouldn't have no way of knowing that happened until 3 days later. As Chapter 103 says, written notice must be given by then. Are you aware that these boxes are not limited to use for only special needs children? Are you aware that there are children who, against state statute, which says physical restraint and physical confinement and detention shall not be used as discipline for minor infractions, have been placed in boxes for such offenses as pouting or leaving a line in recess? I only know about this because of the Gazette newspaper story that pointed out that the district has documentation and written reports of putting children in these boxes because they had a bad attitude or they got out of line in recess. Not only is the district breaking Chapter 103 state statute law by not acknowledging the existence of these boxes and using them for minor infractions, they are also breaking the provision that states the boxes need to be free from hazards. Are you aware that all of these boxes are lined, floors and walls, with mats made from recycled tires?
Thanks, Heather. We're limited to 4 minutes. Thank you. Kelly? Up next will be Kaizen Lakarsui.
Hi, my name is Kelly McLean. I moved here 8 years ago to Iowa City, and since the first year that I've been here, my kids went to Lincoln, and there's always been issues with them being sent to different schools, threatened to be bused to wherever they're going to be sent, which I don't have a problem with because they were always saying that they were going to get them to the school. There's a school 3 blocks from my house, number one, which my kids don't go to, which always perplexed me. They are different ranges of ages, so they're going right now to 3 different schools. They're saying that now my kids have already been 3 and 2 years to City High, and now they're not going to let them go the next year. They've got a request to go back to the school that they've been going to for 2 and 3 years. Now, my daughter is going to be already, all of my 3 older kids have been ripped away from their friends because they couldn't go to school with them. Kids in their class have packed up their houses and literally moved to be in a district to go to West High. My kids couldn't go to Southeast to go through the channels to make friends and go to City High with friends. So they all went there knowing nobody except for 3 people. This is now happening again. They're telling them that they're going to have to go somewhere. They're going to have to request a transfer to a school that they already attend, which I don't understand that, but it's a whole nother topic. And then my daughter is not going to be allowed to go to City High. I just don't understand how come there's not one flow of everything, and how come these kids get ripped away from their friends. So basically they're going to school every year with new bunches of kids. Like my daughter's going to go to another school that all her friends now, she was forced to go to Northwest. Everybody she knows is going to West High. She's going to have to go to Liberty, which now other people are going to City. It's just like a mess. And I just want to know, they keep telling us that we have to do these things and send the kids to places, and we do. We follow along with what we're told, and they go there, and then now they're saying next year the kids are going to go there, but they can't have transportation. So if I want my kids to go to City High, I have to ask them to transfer to a school they already go to. I've got to fill out a letter of hardship for my daughter who wants to go to City High with where her brothers went, and I've got to find that way to get all my 3 kids there, and I still have 2 more. So is this going to happen again for my 2 little ones? I mean, it's happening every single year that I've been here, and it's just, I never said anything, never came to any of these meetings. I was just letting it go. I mean, being a mother, I have 2 other jobs also, and I just don't have time to like run around and come to meetings and talk to people because I just let other people fight, but I can't sit back and not talk to anybody about it because it's just, my kids come crying every day. Oh, I'm not going to be able to see my friends, I'm not going to be able to do this, and it's not fair. And I want somebody to know and realize that they're affecting, Lincoln School is a small school, so I guess I have not heard anybody else that I know of in Iowa City. It's always like with Lincoln School that I know of. And they're just ripping the whole school apart. The kids they don't think of the kids' feelings. The kids are sad and upset that they're not with their friends. And I don't think it's fair, and I want somebody to know how the kids feel, because it's not right. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Kelly. Kaisawan? Asking, yep, sounds good. And always feel free to correct me. And on deck will be Cersei Stumbo.
Hello. My name is Izaskun Hartigi, and I have 3 children. My 2 girls, one is at City High at this time, and the other one is at Northwest Junior High. Both of them have been told, you have to transfer to City High to be at City High, but there is no transportation. Whoever has to communicate with parents about this decision is not doing a good job, because I still ask parents, do you want to come with me to the board? And they say, I don't know why you're so worried, because we will have transportation, which is not the case. So nobody is worrying at this time because they still think we will be giving transportation to City High. So I will have no transportation for my daughter to go to City, but also I will have no transportation for my daughter to go to Liberty. So I cannot be at 2 places at the same time. Mr. Bacon has told me, transfer your second daughter to City so that you can drive to City, both of them. But this you have decided that it only could be good for 1 year. It's not guaranteed that my second daughter is going to be allowed to stay at City High after freshman year, which that doesn't help my problem. My daughter, the first one, who is a junior, has accomplished great things at City High. As Kelly said, 3 years ago, you told us, you go to City High, this is the path you have to follow. Most of the neighborhood packed their things and moved to West High. We didn't. We followed what you said. We told our children, you go to City High, we will do great. We will achieve as much as West people do. We will graduate with honors. We will do AP classes. We will do honors. We will do service hours. We will do everything other people do. We have done that, but now you are asking my daughter to go to Liberty for graduation. I don't have a curriculum in place. You haven't shown me. Is she going to take AP classes? Is he going to take AP honors? Is he going to take tennis? Is he going to swim? Is he going to do cross country? Or are you going to ask me to drive her to West to do extracurricular activities? Because now that will be 3 places to drive. So you need to tell me, and clear and transparent, and in Spanish and in French, not only in English. You need to tell me, what is the future of my 2 children? What options do I have for them? And you cannot ask me to decide by the 1st of December. You haven't given me any paperwork for me to do the best educated choice for my daughters. These are my daughters. I decide what is best for them, not you. I do decide. In the past, you have decided for me, and I have done the best I could with what you have chosen to do. Now I am again in a mess. Liberty, no transportation. City High, no transportation. If I send Kulushka to cities for 1 year, so you have to renew. You have to go back and decide differently. This is not acceptable to have a man with 2 children going to 2 different places with no transportation. For me, that means they don't have an education. And my daughter is planning to become the president of City High next year. If people vote for her, she will want to be the president of City High. And then I have to say, no, sweetie, now you have to go to Liberty. Is she going to become the president of Liberty? The president of who? Some people are telling me we only have freshman and sophomore curriculum. Some other people are telling me we have plenty of curriculum. Some people say we have a tennis team. I have driven there. There is no tennis court. You tell me we have a beautiful swimming team. I don't see a swimming pool over there. So what are the options for my daughters? Are they going to swim? Are they going to play tennis? Are they going to
Thanks.
have enough curriculum?
Thanks, Askin. Cersei? On deck is Charlie Eastman.
Thank you. I'm Cersei Stumbo. My company is on College Street, although I don't live in the district anymore, but I'm pleased to be working with the district on the new implicit bias workshops that we've started we've kicked them off in 3 of the 5 schools that we'll be working with this year. So I'm here to talk about the section on your teaching and learning reports. And first, just want to acknowledge that, again, for the 2nd year in a row, I get to stand here and thank you and acknowledge that you are sharing data on some very important indicators, and you've disaggregated by race and income on a lot of those data. So that's exciting to see, something that we asked for a few years ago, and that you've kind of kept up your commitment to keep reporting. So congratulations on that. We are using those data as we're working with our teachers and our administrators in the schools that we're working with. Digging in many of the same ways you dug in over the summer to start to ask more questions of the data. What do the data tell us? What are some hypotheses about what might be going on? What are some of the kinds of things we can work on collaboratively to achieve the kinds of goals that we want? So again, thank you, congratulations, keep it up, and keep doing it. Some of the data that you are going to be looking at aren't disaggregated, and I think that will be the kinds of things that will be helpful to continue to look at. So I know it's hard to do, but it's really important, and it demonstrates your commitment to equity and to the work. You also, as you're asking more questions, I think will begin to want to do things like control for free and reduced price lunch, for ELL status, as you're looking at patterns around racial achievement in particular. So we've started, with the help of several of the administrators, to start to even do that, to get in deeper and deeper and come up with some underlying causes of why we're seeing disparities in outcomes. So I think that's something you'll want to keep asking for more of. I emailed you all just a little bit before the meeting, and apologies for being really late. I don't know that it will be helpful, but just as a reminder, the Equity Committee had offered some questions for you to ask as you do things like get the annual progress report. So as you're looking at the data and as you're seeing what are the patterns that you care about, to be asking things like, what do you expect to see next time as these reports are coming out? What do you expect to see happening between now and next year when you'll get the follow-up reports? Who do you expect to see doing things by when? and what are the consequences if you're not seeing change. So again, those are things for the future as you think about, maybe you've already had a chance to ask some of those questions as you're looking at patterns in the data, but we offer them again as a reminder. And another congratulations, we also saw in that report, you'll be looking at some of your curriculum review reports. So in particular, the science curriculum review team asked some of those questions. So it was exciting to see. They did some surveys to find out what the perceptions were, and then they compared it to some of your strategic goals. I don't know if they explicitly went to the strategic goals, but essentially they did. So they had one finding that while the perception is instructional methods do not discriminate on the basis of race, gender, or disability, achievement gaps show otherwise. And then they went on to say, so given that, here are some recommendations and some action steps, some contact people, and some timelines. So you had a really rich response in that curriculum review, which is one of your equity action plans. It's exciting to see that sort of thing happening. We didn't see as much from the gifted ed and ELP curriculum review, so they may also be asking those questions, and if not, we hope that they are, because that was really good to see, I think, insightful, and really an indicator of progress toward the action plans to ultimately achieve your goals. So thanks for doing that. Keep it up. We are using the data. I'm sure that lots of people across the district are, and we look for continuing to get more and more good data to make better decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Cersei. Charlie? And that will be Karen Wootman.
Thank you, President Lynch. Charlie Eastham of 953 Canton Street in Iowa City. I'm going to follow up on what Cersei's comments are, except she's much nicer than I am. I just want to start out by referring you again to the Comprehensive Equity Plan. There are 4 objectives in the plan, as I'm sure all of you know. The relevant objective tonight has to do with obtaining and analyzing data on disproportionality. That objective reads, the district shall reduce disproportionality in the following areas for protected classes. And those areas include student discipline, assignment of students to special education, graduation rates, course taking, and student educational achievement. The timeline for that objective is in 3 parts. We are currently in the second part, year 2 of the timeline, and that timeline says right now we should be developing strategies to reduce disproportionality this year. The last year, we were supposed to create and implement consistent data in order to begin that work in reducing disproportionality. And now the main point of my being here is to talk about what data was included in the 4 reports you're going to consider tonight under teaching and learning, and what data is actually not disaggregated in those reports. The reports include disaggregated data, that is data that shows differences by subgroups, including race and ethnicity, as well as other categories. For reading, mathematics, and science proficiencies, for dropouts, discipline, and graduation rates. And it's good to have that data disaggregated because we can begin to see where we need to focus on reducing disproportionality. However, there's a number of data in these reports that are not disaggregated. Those include ACT results, post-secondary plans, rigorous core programming, college preparation, advanced placement, attendance, and even special education enrollment. There are 2 reports, the student growth report and the academic achievement report, that don't contain any disaggregated data at all. So my point would be to request the board to provide disaggregated data for those areas so that we can begin this year to look at that data and be able to and start putting together strategies to address them. If we wait till next year, that's another year where we're actually waiting for data to come to us, whereas this year we should have the data in front of us so we can begin to address the strategies. Thanks.
Thanks, Charlie. Karen? On deck will be Mary Murphy.
Good evening. I'm Karen Woltman, 880 Grouse Lane. I'm here to speak about the Science Curriculum Review Committee report that will be presented later this evening. The most important thing for all of us to know about the Next Generation Science Standards, which have been adopted as the Iowa Science Standards, is that they are minimum requirements. From the Science Standards Review Team Report, page 41, quote, "It is important to remember standards are the minimum requirements for all students, and that those who are planning to major in science will need/want to take more advanced courses. The district needs to make a reasonable plan for accelerated secondary science coursework for these students who want or need more than the minimum required by the Next Generation Science Standards. Requiring these students to double up on core courses in 9th grade is not a reasonable acceleration plan. So I'm here tonight to urge the board, before the district buys or develops new instructional materials for science, to ask the administration to do 3 things. First, create a diagram like this one that's been provided for math courses, showing the possible science course pathways created by the science curriculum recommendations or other proposed or anticipated changes to district secondary science courses to implement the Next Generation Science Standards. 2, explain how the course offering pathways will allow ICCSD students to satisfy the minimum high school coursework requirements for admission into Iowa's Regents universities, including colleges and degree programs with additional science requirements, as well as the admissions requirements of more selective universities that our students want to attend. And 3rd, please ask the administration to come back to the community with other ideas for offering accelerated secondary coursework in science that don't require students to double up on science courses. Thank you.
Can you provide us that, can you provide us that one document you have? Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Mary? On deck will be Tina Bushra.
My name is Mary Murphy. I live at 890 Park Place in Iowa City, Iowa. I have 5 children, one of whom graduated this past year from City High, 2 more at City High now, 1 at Northwest Junior High, and 1 at Regina. My Northwest Junior High student is an 8th grade student who is very interested in science. I'm here to comment on the board agenda item entitled Teaching and Learning Reports. I do not agree with the science curriculum change for 9th grade. This is not a criticism of the teachers. They are good, and certainly they are here to look out for all students' interest. However, you have junior high students who are now ready for a more challenging curriculum as they approach high school, and they are not getting enough of a challenging curriculum in junior high. Differentiation within the courses themselves does not work nearly as well in practice as in theory, and I doubt your teachers have sufficient planning time to do a better job with differentiation. And what I hear is that the range of ability levels is getting much greater in our junior highs. The requirement that all 9th graders take foundations of science and then permit some students, but not all, to enroll in biology has unintended consequences and is a huge change from the current practice where some 9th grade students can take biology without taking another foundations of science. In fact, this would be their 3rd foundations of science class. The current practice of allowing students to take biology, including the opportunity to move into higher level science more quickly, frees up a class period for subjects like music or art, or to take a study hall. Biology is a prerequisite for many courses, including AP Biology and the Project Lead the Way course, Environmental Sustainability at West. Now science, math, English, history, and foreign language take up 5 periods in high school. If this change is implemented, a music course could take up a 6th period, leaving only 1 for biology or a Project Lead the Way course or a study hall. Some students also take 2 music courses, and choir has been a required course for those who want to be in show choir. As one parent pointed out to me, the science curriculum change also takes away from students to be very prepared for science curriculum placement test in college that some of these students take before their senior year. In fact, the district's provided materials, as Karen pointed out, fail to show how this change would impact college preparedness and college placement opportunities, especially for our students who want to go to competitive colleges and even state schools and who want to major in science. It should. The apparent rationale is to be in compliance with the new science standards. However, as Karen pointed out, these are a minimum requirement. The state is not dictating curriculum to us. The district In fact, the board and the superintendent are responsible for curriculum. There's no requirement at the state level that all grade 9 students take foundations. So our district should strive for a curriculum where we don't lose ground and continue to offer all 9th grade students the opportunity to bypass foundations and take biology. Our achievement report shows we have about a third of our students who are advanced proficient in reading and in math, and perhaps more, and around 21% in science. More students undoubtedly have academic potential than their test scores would suggest. We shouldn't be holding students back to close the achievement gap, as a parent recently pointed out at a district parent organization meeting. This science curriculum report does not address the reported problem that junior high and high school course offerings may not be available to meet the needs of all students. It should have done that. 40% of your parents didn't believe that your Foundations of Science 3 class adequately prepared students for future science classes. These students should be allowed to take biology as freshmen. As board members...
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Dina? Renee Seff up next.
I'm Dina Bashara. I live at 915 Fairchild Street, and I have 2 children, a kindergartner and a 3rd grader at Shimmick, and the 3rd grader is autistic and in special education program. I've been following the recent challenges and controversies regarding the Department of Education investigations and the reporting on seclusion boxes that Heather Young so poignantly spoke about. And I think I can speak for most of us whose children receive special education, it is disconcerting. I'm not here with an axe to grind by any means, but many of us in the special education community are fairly frustrated by how this is being handled, and I'm specifically concerned with the lack of any communication from the district to those of us whose children do receive special education services about any of these issues. When we read in newspaper reports that children in our district have been put in these boxes for things like sticking their tongue out or refusing to trace a letter, it erodes trust. And when we read in the paper about the big Department of Education investigation, it erodes our faith in the system and makes a lot of us question things. I think it would behoove the board and the administration to initiate regular, direct contact with special education families. I wish this would have started months ago, but I am glad to see that, quote, creating a communication plan is identified as the next step in the collaboration team report. I do question why this didn't happen a long time ago. Many parents of children with disabilities may not read the paper. It's really hard to get to board meetings. I had to haul my 2 kids. You probably see them in the back with their spread of crap to keep them satisfied while we're here. So it's hard for us to get to board meetings, but there's a lot of us and we care. Many families who are directly impacted by these issues may have no idea what's going on since there has been no communication from the district directly to us. Our children are already marginalized much of the time in their everyday lives. Which may be hard to understand if you don't have a kid with a disability. But I think that I can speak for most parents when I say that we would really like to believe that our children are not marginal to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dina. Renee? Up next will be Jesse Witherthal.
I'm Renee Spey. I am a parent of 6th and 7th graders, and I live on Juniper Drive. Thank you. Tonight I'm addressing you about the 2 serious reports from last spring, the Iowa Department of Education Corrective Actions, which Dina was just talking about, and the Student Climate Survey of 2016. Mr. Murley, in fall of 2010, I met with you and with 2 other moms, and we presented you a letter signed by 50 families, and we wanted improved outcomes for all students on the autism spectrum. I don't know if you remember that meeting, but I do. We asked for 3 things, one of which was increased communication with families. You suggested a forum, and the very valuable collaborative autism team was developed and continues today. And that was a really good outcome. However, I'm still waiting, like Dina said, for all of you to tell us directly about the special education audit. I've never received a letter or other direct communication about it. And I'm glad you're providing a report later tonight, and I hope to be able to stay to listen to that. I'm still waiting for you to tell us how seclusion rooms are used, why they're used, and what alternative strategies are first used. And I want to know what is happening with special education leadership. I want to know how parents and students' concerns are being addressed. I need you all, the board, especially to understand, and Mr. Murley, to understand that the special education audit report is extremely important. And as Dina said, we're a lot of very active parents, and we can be really loud. You know that, you've seen us. And we show up to meetings, and it's a lot of families who are affected by this. The other extremely important report that was released in the spring about the student climate survey, that also about experiences of students of color and of students from families with low socioeconomic status. When that came out, I was also very deeply concerned about those students, what they're experiencing. I have a lot of friends in the schools who are in those categories. I'm glad you're addressing it and involving community members, including a friend of mine who's on one of the groups that you're doing. And I want to see more people of color working in our schools, teaching and mentoring our children. And I'm really glad to hear from the report earlier about the implicit bias training. It sounds like some good progress is being made there, and I look forward to seeing what else happens with that. Basically, I just need you to take both of these reports really seriously and to build a school community where all students have what they need to thrive and reach their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Jesse? On deck is Julie Van Dyke.
Hello. My name is Jessie Witherell, 1241 Burlington Street in Iowa City. I'm very pleased to see the findings and goals mentioned in the collaboration team report that was recently posted with tonight's school board agenda. I appreciate Jane Fry's contributions of including a more systemic approach to focusing on special education issues instead of a corrective mentality. I initially came here tonight it's polite to remind the district that parents have still not received any direct reassurance at all regarding the Department of Education report. This is the third time here. You guys are probably tired of me talking about this, but it is huge. It is huge to special education parents. And I'm not the only one, as you can see. And knowing this is indeed something that Ms. Fry is working on, I do take the time to sincerely thank her. So thank you very much. I do think that it would be a very positive first step towards improving parent partnerships to reach out to us as soon as possible. Many parents, myself included, are still feeling that initial mistrust after learning that many of us were left out of essential decisions for our kids. And I think it would be a good idea to personally reach out to us very soon. An email, a letter, something, anything. With that being said, with all of the positive steps that the district is taking, I do hope that the matter of seclusion rooms in our district does not become overlooked. I didn't see any mention of them in the final state recommendations or the collaboration team report. And the Gazette's recently obtained incident report documentation and seclusion time logs, as Heather Young mentioned, from 2015, they have some concerning details in them. I brought them up here before. Putting a child in a seclusion room for pouting or eloping from a line seems to be in direct conflict with state law. Prohibiting seclusion for minor infractions, what are we doing about this? Are we doing anything about this? Parents need to know about this. I do hope that these were documentation errors and that better auditing practices have been put in place since then. Otherwise, this is a serious equity issue. My autistic son pouts and elopes out of lines all the time. When he yells when he's upset, and he knows, or he's been known to throw things like markers, as some of the reports state, as being a reason for seclusion. I hope you all have taken a look at them. Yet, my son has never been put in one, and nor has it ever been suggested that he be put in one. So why was it all right that other children be put in them for these same reasons? What's going on? It seems unfair. So with that, I appreciate the board taking time to listen. I hope that the district continues to make progress towards including parents like myself. and upholding IDEA and our special education department. It's very important, and we trust you with our children. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jesse. Julie?
I stood up here for 5 years, almost 6, telling you that there were things wrong with the special ed here. 3 of you were here for all of that. A little bit over a year ago, you had a third of this room filled with parents who had kids on special ed buses who weren't consulted when the district unilaterally decided to replace all the bus monitors and change everything about how their special ed buses were handled. And at that meeting, Orville Townsend was very sympathetic. He was probably one of the only ones that was. And then at the next meeting, there was a complete change in demeanor, and he told us, you parents, you didn't do your homework. That's what he told us about what we came to say that day. And then he complimented Carmen on what a wonderful job she was doing. My child was harmed in those rooms. Have you been in the rooms? Has anybody been in a room? Have you been in the room with the doors shut? I have pictures that haven't been published yet. The window on the inside of the one at Horn was at adult eye level and was so scratched I can barely see through it. The pictures are awesome. My kid almost, we don't know, do we? My child managed to get 2 bootstraps over his neck in that room and got them both cinched, but because we follow policy right, the para had his back to the door, holding the handle down so my kid couldn't get out while he screamed in there that he wanted to die. This is what's happening in these boxes. How many of you have been in the boxes? You haven't even gone in, have you? Nope. You'll pat each other on the backs and say everything was great. You know, how many times, Chris Lynch, did I stand up here and say what was going wrong with special ed? And all of you downplayed it and you patted each other on the back, give him a couple more raises. And what do you know? We didn't do our homework? Well, the Iowa Department of Ed appears to think otherwise. I mean, my child's IEP was one of the IEPs that was flagged by Grant Wood. Where's my letter that tells me in writing exactly what was out of compliance on my child's IEP? We don't get that. We get calls. Where's the policy on the boxes? Where's that public policy on the boxes? It should be out there as public information on the board or on the district website. And if it's against policy to take pictures of them, oh my God, how could Stephanie possibly have allowed that to happen? It's so awful. You know what, Latasha? Becky Erdel's Shine Award picture at Horn is taken in front of one of those boxes with my kids standing in front of it and other people's children standing in front of it, and they published it on the district website in the newsletter. And the only reason it came down is because I called Mr. Murley, got the emails, want to see him? And said, are you serious? Are you serious? Take this down. You know, I don't know any parents who have been contacted about the Department of Ed when they came here to interview and wanted to speak to parents, apparently. Where was the public notice about that? It didn't come out till it came out in the paper the day of. Why wasn't every parent whose child's IEP was flagged sent a letter verifying what was wrong, what they could do about it, who they could talk to, that there was an Iowa Department of Ed investigation, visit, whatever you want to pretend it is, and why weren't we contacted to be able to talk to those people? The last time I came up here and really complained about what happened to my kid in a special ed room, let's not even go over the double dose of medication. The last time that happened, and my kid was dumped in my yard in violation specifically of his IEP, the response I got was every single email I'd ever sent to the school district was pulled and given to Mr. Murley, and I was threatened.
Thanks, Julie. Kim, can you let the record show we also received a written community comment from Natalie Cruden regarding special ed, and that's been emailed to the board.
What's that?
Say we've received a written community comment from Natalie Cruden tonight.
Okay, thank you.
If we could just record that in the minutes, and it's for special ed. Next item on the agenda is the business consent agenda. Entertain a motion.
move that we approve the business consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Phil, how did the bills look?
Yes. Yeah, went through the accounts, and outside of there was a substantial repair on a piece of equipment that comes out of the general fund, which, you know, we take a big hit on that. I would hope that the skill level of our people in the physical plant can save us some money on that, but it was $5,000 worth of repairs on a piece of equipment that had 460 hours on it, not excessive. But no, everything's in order.
Sorry, and I don't know if it's not really practice for the other person who reviews
No, it's fine.
Phil, but I just want to point out that I had some specific questions, but they were answered in a quick and timely fashion by Leslie Finger. And I appreciate him clarifying. I was a bit interested in why certain things were coming out of the general fund, but he clarified that for me, and I understand entirely, so thank you.
Great. Thanks, Phil and Brian. Kim, we're ready to vote?
Online voting is open. All votes have been cast and the motion carries with all directors voting in favor.
Thanks, Kim. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's contract. And just again, a reminder to the board and the public that this topic is on Steve's contract, and it's not an evaluation, and Steve has the right to request a closed session if there's any evaluatory discussion. We've talked a couple things that we agreed we can talk tonight, but again, that's just a reminder. There's 4 attachments in the package. The first is the proposed contract. The highlights of it are it adds 1 year, and it's pretty standard in Iowa to have a 3-year rolling contract, and that's what's presented in the board packet tonight. Salary and deferred compensation in the first year go up 4.6% and 4.9% the next year. And then we eliminate 2 discretionary days this year and a total of 4 discretionary days next year. Also in the packet, we discussed this a little last year, but the second attachment compares total compensation, comparing the top 9 districts in Iowa. And, this analysis, for the most part, shows that Steve at this time was in line with his peers. Thanks to Craig for putting that together. It's pretty informative if you want to take a look. Third attachment compares the top 25 districts by superintendent salary, and this is where we start to see some interesting market movement in terms of salary inflation. Just a couple examples. So we've had Linn-Mar, who's the 12th largest district, is now 3rd in salary. Johnston's another example, 14th biggest district in Iowa, and is now 4th in salary. And Steve's running the 5th largest district and is now 11th. So that's a piece of what goes into total compensation. Just of interest, Linn-Mar and Cedar Rapids would be our 2 closest comparables in that group, and both our salaries are over $230,000 right now. I think this provides perspective on market conditions, specifically that there's an overall shortage of superintendents in Iowa, but it certainly shows you how that is impacting compensation for both new superintendents and current superintendents. Really, when you look at the salary, even with the proposed increase tonight, it'll keep Steve behind his peers from a compensation standpoint for the size of the district. Fourth attachment is a cumulative past settlements over the last 6 to 7 years, and basically shows that Steve's lagged the rest of the organization. And that's it for the data. Again, you can take a look at the details. From an evaluation standpoint, Steve and I talked a couple things I think are relevant to his contract. So we collectively, obviously the board collectively completes Steve's evaluation. It's a 360-degree review where we had input from 2 direct reports, 2 principals, and input from the ICA. I really want to thank everyone who provided input. It was really outstanding. It's a lot easier to write an evaluation when it's outstanding. Steve met or exceeded all the Iowa required standards. Now, we've definitely agreed to a few opportunities areas, and improving special ed and improving climate and culture, as we heard tonight, is amongst them. So we have high expectations on improvement in special ed and climate and culture. With that, I think we probably should start with a motion and start discussion.
I move that we approve the superintendent contract for the upcoming year.
Discussion?
Just to clarify that motion, you said for the upcoming year.
Sorry, the superintendent contract as presented, I apologize. you want me to retract and modify?
Paul is the second. Are you okay with that modification? Motion is modified. Discussion, or are we ready to vote?
I think we probably should have some discussion. As an elected official, I will not cave in to threats or intimidation. We had many commenters here tonight talking about different issues that's facing our district. And a lot of those, and everything starts at the top. And I think it is in the best interest of the community and the district not to extend this contract.
Further discussion?
Well, I do have a few questions which I'll ask as we go along. And I do want to point out that all we're talking about is whether to approve this particular proposal for this contract extension and pay increase. I was planning to say a few more overall things about why I don't support the proposal. But, you know, we had some back and forth with me and Chris and Steve via email, and I think there are some issues that need to get resolved first about the extent to which a board member is allowed to explain his reasons for a vote on an agenda item, and I don't know where we all landed. I mean, I should ask first. I mean, I sent you both my remarks in advance. I don't want to go forward with them if there's any argument that they are
So you said
objectionable.
if there's any issue, get back to you. I didn't have an issue with it.
Steve, I mean, do you have any objection to me just going ahead and reading those? Okay. Well, I'll go to that then. I'm not in favor of the proposed contract extension and pay raise for the superintendent for these reasons. Under the proposal, the superintendent would receive the biggest raise by far of any employee in the district, both in percentage and absolute terms, much bigger than what we gave our teachers and other staff groups, much more than simply a cost of living increase to keep pace with inflation. You know, as we've said to the public many times, general fund money is scarce. We've said that to families whose busing we've cut, parents who are unhappy with our class sizes. We've said it to teachers and staff who would have liked larger pay increases. There's no reason we shouldn't say the same thing to the superintendent. The proposal not only gives the superintendent the biggest raise in the district, it commits to providing him another raise next year, which will very likely be the biggest raise anyone gets next year. That seems particularly unwise since we have no idea how much state funding we'll receive next year. Again, we did not commit to future salary increases for our teachers or other staff groups. There's no reason why we should treat the superintendent differently. If we adopt this proposal, we'll be rightly perceived as brushing off the very legitimate concerns that members of the public have about, for example, the district's violations of special ed laws and ongoing problems with district culture. This decision will further undermine public trust in the district. Superintendent still has 1 year and 8 months remaining in the current contract. I think it's reasonable to wait until we have more information about how the district is addressing its challenges before considering whether to tack another year onto that contract length. I'm not persuaded that the proposal is necessary in order to retain our superintendent and avoid a superintendent search, nor am I convinced that that goal outweighs the arguments against the extension and raise. Where I work at the university, the usual practice is that an employee can't get a retention-based raise until he or she has a competing offer in hand. If our superintendent does receive a competing offer, we could always revisit his contract and salary at that time and make a more informed decision.
Thanks, Chris. I just want to say I support the contract. I definitely support retention. I think this is a very important year for retention, actually. I think we have many positive things going from a strategic plan standpoint that have just started. We've also got some opportunities that need to be handled directly. And I have high expectations for Steve to get that done for the district. I think there's no doubt that there's a market adjustment going on across Iowa, and while I support this increase, it's still going to leave you behind the rest of your Iowa peers. And then I was happy we made progress on eliminating some discretionary days, because we've talked that over the last year or two, and I think that reduction is fair. And I think overall it is a fair deal, and I support it. Further discussion?
Some comments I'd like to share. Some of these have been hit on already, but I'll just go ahead and share them. I'd just like the community and the district to understand why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote. I am going to vote not to support the contract. My main issues are funding uncertainty for the future and employee equity issues. With the uncertainty in the upcoming state and national elections and the continuing uncertainty in our Iowa education funding, I feel like committing to a future raise is not the best way to go, to a specific amount anyway. Craig has shared with us that the next couple of years are going to be rough on our general fund with the opening of Liberty High. Again, I feel like committing to a specific number for a raise is not prudent for the district. Given that, we're about to go to our voters and ask them for a significant amount of money in tax increases, even though I understand that there's different buckets of money that these things come out of. It's the voters' confidence in how we spend all of our district funds that will probably impact their vote on the bond and whether they agree to future tax increases. I also want to say that I understand the argument about salary not being comparable. However, my personal opinion would be that we shouldn't look at salary in isolation. When we compare to the entire compensation package, Steve currently ranks number 4 in the state, and we are not number 4 in terms of our size. We are number 5. For example, I would like to see some greater adjustments in areas of, one area could be discretionary days, which there is a little adjustment in that, and then also vacation days. For example, I counted up the number of vacation and discretionary days that is in this superintendent contract versus the other 9 biggest districts, and the difference between the average of the other 8 districts that are compared and what Steve is getting is 15 days. That's a lot of days. The average amount of days that the other superintendents are getting is 23 days, and with this contract, Steve will have 38 days. So again, if we're going to talk changes, my personal opinion would be we need to look at the entire package, not just simply at one piece of it. I also expect that with our future negotiations with our teachers that this will undoubtedly go unnoticed that we are extending to a 2-year contract, and I would expect, or wouldn't be surprised if they come to us and ask for that as well. And also, I would guess that they will notice too that the raise is substantially more than their percentage raise when you consider that quite a bit of their raise was composed of health insurance increases. So for these funding reasons and because of these equity issues, I will not be voting for this contract.
I have a couple comments. I don't have a prepared statement or anything, but I really, this is what, the third time that I've been involved in this discussion, and there was a point a couple years ago when we had to make the budget correction in 2014 that affected pretty much all parts of the district, from busing to classrooms to athletics to foreign language. And at that time, we made a very difficult decision to not increase upper-level administrator salaries, which had a significant negative effect on morale, and is not something that I wish to repeat. We, in our district, attract great teachers, and we compensate our teachers well in this district in comparison to the rest of the state. In fact, teachers from other districts want to come teach here. They want to come move here. I think that our superintendent deserves to be compensated in a way that is on par with his peers of similar-sized districts. I think it's certainly a good step to look at decreasing discretionary days as part of a more or less we'll call it a buyback. I am not convinced that at this time, if we're worried about funding, that it makes any sense to engage in a search process for a superintendent, which can be extremely costly, certainly on the scale of magnitude 5 to 8 times as much as what this pay increase is. And market forces bearing, if we were to hire a new superintendent, it would certainly not be for the amount that we compensate Steve. I'd like to speak frankly. I think that we do a lot of discussion about to get to this point in closed session or exempt. Is it exempt? Exempt session. And I think that we're hearing some varying opinions up here, and I'm disappointed that I don't think our process is incredibly healthy when some members of the discussion come to the discussion unwilling to find any common ground. So that said, I am definitely going to be supporting this. I am definitely going to be voting yes, and I definitely believe that that the work that Steve has done over the last 7 years, over the last year, and hopefully well into the future, is positive for the district. And with that, that's all I have to say.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I didn't want to stop if someone else is not gone yet.
If that's all right.
You can go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
What I want to, I'm a process person, and so this kind of being my first time evaluating my employee, okay? So I'm the type of person that I want to find more out about this person, look at their work, and then I want to evaluate them on where they are and say, you need to fix this. And so I think, and I don't know what the previous boards has done, I know in some of our discussion, we have tried to finally come up with a clear way of how we're going to do that. And I don't think our previous boards have been, they can come get me later, have done a really good job about what that process looks like. It's been all over the board. It's been all over the place. And so I finally feel like as a board member that we can say, here's what's been said, this is what we see, fix this. And I don't know if that's been done previously. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. At least that's what my understanding. And so I don't have a problem voting yes when I want to say, hey, let's fix this and then evaluate if you do it. I haven't been here long enough. I'm not so big and bold to just start throwing the baby out with the bathwater when I'm still in the process of trying to do what's best for our kids. We have a very heavy year about what we need to do, and I'm always going to be kid first. Trust me, Steve knows I will hold him to the fire over everything, but I do want to at least give somebody an opportunity while I'm here. I can talk about what previous people have done. So that's where I stand right now in this moment. Next year, that might look different for me. But right now, in this moment, I have to invest in humans and people and their ability to make necessary changes to get where our community has expectations.
Further discussion?
Yeah, just wanted to make a couple of other points and ask a couple of questions. As far as the point about search costs, it may well be that a search costs money. I don't know that we'd have to incur one if we didn't accept this proposal. But it's also important to remember that search costs are a one-time cost as opposed to a pay raise, which is an annual cost. It's also important to remember that eventually, presumably, we will have search costs. So having them now instead of having later certainly is a cost, but I don't think you can weigh that as the full amount of that money. I was a little concerned that on the handout labeled past cumulative settlements, the columns that we have going all the way across for every other staff member goes all the way up through 2016-17, and the one column that's missing on the superintendent's chart is 2016-17. So you can't see what the actual increase is compared to the other increases that we're giving in 2016-17. Partly that just makes me say, well, why would you do it that way? It's going to make people think you're trying to hide what it is. As far as I can tell, also the numbers we're seeing in that 2016-17 column, I assume, are total compensation numbers. We're not seeing what the actual salary increases were, which I assume are smaller numbers. Just looking at the salary increase from this year to next year and next year to the following year under this proposal, the first one, as far as I can see, is 4.6 roughly, and the next one's 5.1, which again are significantly higher numbers. There were a couple of clauses that I wanted to look at in the contract. On page, 3, I guess, of the contract, paragraph number 5.
Yeah, Chris, the motion's on approving the contract, so what's the point of where are we going?
Well, one of the reasons I wouldn't approve it is because I'm objecting to 2 of the clauses. Is that
Okay.
something I can talk about?
Sure.
Well, number 5 says the board individually and collectively shall promptly refer in writing all substantive criticisms, complaints, suggestions, regardless of the source, called to the board's attention to the superintendent for study and appropriate action. Now, I'm not quite sure how to interpret that. The individually part especially, because I don't think that I individually have a contract with the superintendent. But it worries me that people will be less likely to bring things to our attention if they know that we're immediately going to have an obligation to report that to the superintendent. So that concerns me. And the other one is toward the bottom, I'm going to find it. Accord and satisfaction, it's paragraph 18. Parties expressly acknowledge and agree that this agreement constitutes an accord and satisfaction, that each party expressly releases, acquits, and discharges the other from any and all liability whatsoever, including all claims, demands, and causes of action of any nature, etc. And what concerns me about that are 2 things. It doesn't talk about just known claims, so I'm concerned if that applies to known or unknown claims. And I just don't know if we know what it means.
So interesting, Chris. Have you brought this up before?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Don't think so.
Yes, I did.
No.
Well, am I not
So,
supposed to talk about what I referred to in closed session?
Process-wise, we should have had Steve's evaluation done in February. It didn't get done to July.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
We should have had the contract done in June, and here we are in October. If you want to start the next contract now, let's do it. We'll start working the language for the next contract.
Well,
but to sit here and say we did not have these conversations, so.
I did raise this point in our sessions, for what it's worth.
Disagree then.
Well, we can look it up. But in any event, I mean, do we know what it means? Are we going to approve a contract if we got something in there if we don't know what it means? And again, I don't have any claim that I know of, or we don't have any claim that I know of against our superintendent, but when you write a contract, you got to think about the worst case scenario. What if we find out tomorrow that, there's some claim? What have we done with paragraph 18? I'm just not sure.
And that's current language, and if you want to work language to change that in the contract, we should start on that now to be complete next year. Any further discussion? Give them ready to vote.
Online voting is open. How would you like to vote?
Do you want to just go by roll call?
I can.
Oh, is it
He's
just
the
me?
only one I'm not getting.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
just me?
I got everybody
Yeah,
else.
I'll vote no.
So we're doing a voice vote?
His isn't
for-
registering, so
Yes,
Libby
yep.
would like to vote nay. And with that, the motion carries with directors Deloach, Kirschling, Lynch, and Ressler voting yea, and directors Liebig, Hemingway, and Rotland voting nay.
All right, next item on the agenda, very exciting special ed update, Steve.
And I'm going to call a few people forward here. We've got a team of people that have been working on our special education implementation plan, and we've got a PowerPoint that is loaded on the board docs for people at home to see. We're going to pull that up here in a moment, and I'm going to turn it over to Jane to introduce team members, and we're going to get going. I know that you gave us the indulgence of a few extra minutes. Normally we keep these presentations relatively short. We've got about 15 to 20 minutes here. We want to make sure there's time at the end for some Q&A. So, Jane?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for allowing us to do the presentation in a little bit of extended time. I'm not sure we'll necessarily need the 15 or 20 minutes, but we appreciate getting a little extra time for this particular report. And I would like to thank all the parents that came today and spoke. I know that that's really difficult. We know we've got a lot of work to do to reestablish that trust with all of you and with our families here, and please know that we are very committed to doing the work necessary. Communication is always a work in progress, and we know we've got quite a bit to do with that. So we're going to kick off with some information tonight about our progress on the corrective action plan, knowing that we're going to continue getting that word out to all the parents and to community members, and to continue to work on building that trust back up with our families and our staff and our community members. I have two colleagues that are here to help me with the presentation tonight that have been intimately involved with this process from the start. And we have Maria Cashman, who is here from Grant Wood AEA, and Julie Jensen, who is here representing the Department of Education. So we're going to turn it over, and Julie's going to start with some comments.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Board, for letting us have that opportunity tonight to share some information with you. My role at the Department of Education is a program consultant, and I'm new to the department as of, I think I'm in 16 months. Someone tells me to talk like infants when it's been less than 3 years. So I started a year ago in July, and my role is supporting special education leadership. So I'm supporting special education administrators in local school districts across the whole state of Iowa, as well as AEAs. I came to, I'm going to do that, there we go. I came to Iowa City in July and met with the executive team. And the purpose of my role is really to monitor that corrective action plan. As you know, you had a visit in the spring by administrators from Department of Education. I was not part of that visiting team, but I am now the liaison that keeps monitoring. I report back to the administrators at the department, as well as I've been coming down here and working with the Grant Wood AEA team and the school district team just about every other week, about every 2 weeks. The nice thing about that is I live in Marion, and so I home office, so Iowa City is a lot closer than what Des Moines is. And so you can see on the first slide, we really are talking a lot about the collaboration. And one of the resources that we have been using when we're planning agendas for meetings is from Leading by Convening. And that book is from the Federal Office of Special Education, as well as the National Association of Special Education Directors, NASD for short. And in there, it really talks about needing to build healthy relationships before you're going to have any systemic change. That's really, as a department, when they came in and did that visit, they knew there were many concerns and that we needed to be a partner with Grant Wood AEA and the school district to support that if we were going to have systemic changes. I am pleased to tell you there is a willingness to learn, there is deep commitment, there is efficient and effective work that's progressing. Systemic challenges are created over time. We know it's not something that happened overnight. We also know that we have to make a commitment over time to make the changes effective. Got it? Thank you. In a previous board meeting, you had a resume from Beth Steenwick, who is our implementation advisor. Beth comes from the state of Michigan, and she worked in special education at a department level, state level, at a school district level as well. Beth is just an extremely gifted collaborator and facilitator. I can tell you in the meetings that we have had, 2 meetings with her, I think all of us that are in that room are writing down quotes that she might provide for us and in our work. Through her facilitation, we have identified some short-term goals that need to happen, some mid-term goals, and some long-term work. those short-term work, we really want some of those pieces of work completed by December. Some of that, and again, I appreciate the families here tonight as well. There were 96 different individual education plans that needed some looking at from the district standpoint and from the AEA standpoint. 83 of those 96 individual plans have been corrected. The remaining ones are ones where we need to really spend some time and look at assessment and do some assessment with the work. And so I just commend everyone. I commend your teachers and your staff, your principals. Everyone has really committed to saying we want improvement and we're going to do it now. The other piece that Beth has done is she's assigned 3 task teams and addressing, and that when I say CAP, that's that corrective action plan. There are 5 citation areas in that plan. We're working through all of those, and that's the team that I will continue to support and I'll be meeting with to keep that monitoring. There is another task team for communication, and you heard a little bit about that earlier, and that task team really is making sure that everybody is on the same page. And then there's another task team looking at documentation review and the process with documentation review, and how does that support students and families and the staff to make sure that the communication is very clear on those documents. Then we have systemic focus areas to be addressed in future meetings. Beth has committed, we'll be doing monthly meetings. In the wintertime, we'll be doing a couple video Zoom meetings with her. And we're calling it what we call 6 rocks that we really want to focus on, that we know is long-term. And when I say long-term, I'm saying we're making a plan this year, but that long-term will be a commitment, I would guess, up to 3 years, and maybe it needs to be longer than that. We'll see. But those 6 rocks areas, they are specially designed instruction. So in our special education classrooms, in your classrooms, you want to make sure that that instruction for those students is specially designed. As you may know, in special education, those are individual plans that are made for students. And that is the beauty of special education. Sometimes that is a frustration with special education because we can't say we're going to do one thing, one full sweep for all kids. And that's where we really need to look at that piece. The other pieces of the rocks are the parent engagement. And we know, we heard tonight, that that piece is another area that needs to be focused on. Behavior focus and looking at some functional behavior assessments. That's another rock. And I'm going to have to look at my cheat sheet. Paraprofessional supports and making sure those services are matching. And least restrictive environment. We want to make sure that that you are supporting students in that least restrictive environment where you are empowering them to be successful young adults. And then finally, IEP integrity. And what we mean by that is the individual education plans written for each student have the integrity of well-written, and what services are being provided for those students is documented clearly. So that is all that work, and you can tell I keep saying we. I have to tell you, I was in a school district for many years, and so it is we, and it is all of us working together. I have seen a team from Grantwood AEA and a team from Iowa City School District that are committed and working together. And with that, I'm going to hand it to Maria Cashman to give another report.
Thanks, Julie. I'm Maria Cashman. I am the Associate Administrator and Director of Special Education at Grantwood AEA. And I'm pleased to be here tonight. We are in a very different place than we were the last time I came to see you. I think we're in a much better place. We're not there yet, and I think we all would agree that we've got a ways to go. But we are moving forward, and we're working together collaboratively. And that's the only way that we can get this work done, is to work together, and we're doing that. We are, Grantwood AEA are attending the implementation meetings that Julie just referenced. I am there. I've been there at all of the meetings, and I will continue to be there throughout the year for all of those meetings. Also, our two regional administrators who are in the room, Tina Hoffman and Tracy Lieberman, put your hands in the air, and our facilitator, Melissa Tandy. All three of them are attending with me, and they will continue to do that throughout the year. So we are trying to keep that collaborative focus and make sure that we're working together with the district in order to make sure that we're moving this forward. We also are a part of all of the break-off groups that Julie referenced around the communication work, the CAP, et cetera. We are also participating members in all of those groups, trying again to make sure that we're working together to move not only the district but also Grant Wood AEA forward. Just today, Steve invited Grant Wood AEA, our cabinet, down, and we had a cabinet-to-cabinet meeting where we not only reviewed the work that we're doing around the corrective action plan and around other work in special education, but we also reviewed work that's happening in other aspects of the district in the arena of general education. We talked about literacy. We talked about science. We talked about career and technology and moving our kids forward as far as transition. So we're involved with the district in a number of other issues that you may or may not hear about very often, especially right now with what's going on in special education. So that collaborative work continues across the continuum. And again, I'm pleased to let you know that we are in a very different and better place than we were a few months ago. Jane.
So I get to finish with a lot of the good news. Obviously, you've heard about we've made tremendous progress on the corrective action plan with 18 of the 26 citations now have been completed either on time or earlier. There has been a request for a specific listing of those citations in the timelines, and I'd be happy to provide that. We can talk about when each of those was completed, the dates that they were completed, and some of the information behind each of those. But the general summary is July 1st to October 14th, and the staff has also been participating in a variety of trainings that were also listed in that corrective action plan. And I apologized, I used LEA and AEA references up there. The LEA is the Local Education Association, the AEA is the Area Education Association. But again, we're back to doing all of those things together. A lot of the training has been provided by our AEA colleagues, some of it through our own district staff, our coaches, our coordinators, and pushing that out at the building level with smaller groups through their professional learning time. We have one citation that has been completely taken care of at this time, and that had to do with the participation of our special education students in extracurricular activities. So that was a nice one to take care of, and a lot of communication with our ADs, with our coaches, and also with our teachers on how to address that particular area on the IEPs. So to be completed now by December 21st, we were sort of living in this world that we had talked about, needed to be done by January 1, and then we looked at the calendar and went, oh, that really means December 21st based on our school year and calendar for break. So we have 2 additional days of training that we'd like to complete in the behavior-focused training. We had over 100 teachers participate on October 7th in the training that was provided with the behavior-focused training. We talk about the functional behavioral assessments and the positive intervention plans. And again, over 100 of our teachers attended that particular training, so we have 2 more days to follow up with that. The complete IEP meetings to review course review for course of study, for all the seniors that are targeted to graduate in May of 2017. Many of those had already been completed. Some very specifically to address that particular area are being held between now and December. And the Assistant Director, Denise Stewart, and I were going to go in next month and start reviewing the ones that have been completed so far to make sure that they have all the course requirements listed specifically in those IEPs. There's also been 1 completion of paraeducator schedule reviews that have been done. There will be 2 additional ones, and we take those and compare those to the services and support services that are outlined in student IEPs to make sure that those things align. And then also providing additional training to our building administrators on their roles in facilitating and leading those IEP meetings. With that, just some final comments on we're working to finalize that communication plan with our teachers, parents, and community partners and the board as well. We want to make sure that we get information out that's timely, that is clear, and that is accurate. And so we've got a team specifically working on that piece and how we're going to push that out. We're going to continue to work with the implementation advisor, and I appreciate that Julie and the Department of Education will be providing us with that particular support for not just past this time when we get this corrective action plan done, but for the next year or two as well. Again, our goal is to, as I move to item 3, to really look at an improvement focused as opposed to just checking off the corrective actions that we needed to do, but really doing this in a systemic way so that we can impact the system, make sure that those pieces are in place to continue the work that's been done, and that we don't step back into practices that are not in compliance with IDEA. And I do want to say, too, back to what we'd said before, we couldn't be doing this without all the support and help from everyone. It's taken lots of support from our AEA colleagues, from the DE. Teachers have been doing yeoman's work out, bringing parents in. We want to thank our parents, too, because we've been asking you to attend extra meetings that you weren't anticipating having to attend before, and we certainly appreciate your commitment to coming in extra and making that time in your schedules to help us be able to meet our deadlines on this timeline as well. So thank you. That's it for the presentation part.
The next step on communication plan, by when?
I'm going to ask members of the communication committee for that. I will say along with that, I met with Adam Kurth 2 days ago, Friday, a little longer ago than that. He's going to support us in putting out a special education blog, and we're hoping to get that up in the next few days so that we'll continue to post some of the positive activities that have been going on in the district, bring some of the updates of the corrective action plan, the implementation team, and just highlight there's a lot of really good stuff going on throughout the district with our special education program. So we're hoping to get that done definitely before Thanksgiving, but I'm going to say within the next week or so we'll start. I know Denise Yoder's been collecting some information to get our first post ready to go. So that's probably the quick on that part.
Can we say that first step is no later than Thanksgiving?
For the blog, yes. And actually we're hoping for next week to get that up and live.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Is there any way that, because the parents are right.
Yes.
They're right. Is there any way, even if it's a courtesy message to our parents, to just send them some bullets? This is where we are. This is what we're trying to do. This is a timeline of where we can. I mean, even if it's just a quick email to them. I mean, I don't think I can do another meeting without them knowing something.
Yes.
So if we can do that as soon as possible, I don't care if it's night, but to just at least let them know some acknowledgments of what's going on, an apology if necessary. But the highlight of this for me is sometimes when you shine the light on something that's wrong, you have an opportunity to get it right. So I have an appreciation for the work you all are doing, and it's obvious that you all are the district's taking this serious. And I have appreciation for that because I got the same concerns community has when I see these things. So if we can, sometimes I'd rather over-communicate with folks than not. Even if you send in a note like, I'm going to send you a note. That's something because, people need that because these are their babies. And when it's your baby, you know how it is. So it's like you don't want to wait 6 months to hear about what's going on. So if we could do that, I would appreciate it personally. I hope that my other colleagues would support parents knowing that sooner because I can't necessarily say anything of my own power, but I think that would be greatly appreciated.
And I think we can certainly do that. The other thing we've got coming up is on November 7th, we have our Special Education Advisory Committee will be meeting for the first time this year, and part of their job, they'll be tasked with helping us with the corrective action plan and giving us some feedback. I'm giving them some additional information and talking through the work that's been done so far. There are parent members on that, but I agree, Latasha, too. We want to make sure we get all that information out to everyone. I really appreciate.
I think they would rather have more than less.
Yeah. Yes. But not so much where they don't look at what we push out. But yeah, we need to get some good information out to people. Yeah, absolutely.
So for all three of you, is there anything you need from us? Is there any request tonight for help or?
I would say anything specifically, maybe not, but I want to commend you for supporting the special education programs and the families and students in the district. And the more and often that you can support that and show that support, I think that's a real key piece.
One thing, would it be possible to give your contact information along with this report so anyone in the community that wants to, and board members, can get to you directly? In
I
that
sure
way?
can. You know what? I can give Jane my business. I have a business card with me tonight.
Right.
So
Well, I think it would be helpful to have on
You
this,
bet.
and I'm glad that it was mentioned that we will try to explain, the 18 areas where we have corrected
Mhm.
action. I think it's important for the community to know specifically what they are that way. And one question I have on your saying that you've met 100% completion with students' activities. And it's just a question on, we used to send students to the Special Olympics and Ames. Is that something that will be continued, or is that not going to be continued?
As we talked earlier, that's something we're going to follow up on. I know we were struggling at one point in securing someone who would sponsor and provide the coaching for those teams, including the trip to the state competition in Ames. So we had a community partner that took that role over, so that'll be something that we'll explore. This particular area has to do with participation in the programs that are offered within the school, so that students will be able to participate at their school in football, basketball, wrestling, those kinds of things, as any other student who is not on an IEP would be able to do.
And on the IEPs, I know when we had our first kind of discussion on this, there was a lot of, or I guess we never really got an answer on who has ultimate authority on an IEP and who's ultimately responsible. Have we gotten any closer to getting who has the final say-so?
The IEP team.
Okay.
That
So
has never changed.
So it's still going to be anywhere from 4 to 12 people?
Correct. The only one that can overturn that's an administrative law judge.
Okay.
Yep,
It's
that's-
IDEA.
yep.
It's federal language.
It's the team.
All right, other questions?
I just have a quick comment to the communication team. If you could make, and Adam, if you could make sure that the blog is both mobile friendly, and also if you could send out texts to people as opposed to emails. Emails are fine, but not everybody checks their email regularly. So if you can do it by text, I think you'd have a better response.
So just a few comments. So thanks to the AEA for all your support. So Maria, I think it's fair to say the last time we met, we had a very good exchange on expectations and accountability, and that went both ways, right? I mean, we were pretty frank with each other, and that's probably being polite, but we also acknowledged that relationships was a key part of the process, and we were all in this together and had joint ownership, and so I'm just happy to hear that we've made great progress there, and it's exciting. And so thanks to Tracy and Tina. I know Tracy's been here a bunch of times at our board meetings, watching how things are going. But anyway, just a big thanks to the AEA, and I think you're right. It's been sounds like a step change since about 3 months ago. Julie, just thanks to the Department of Ed. As Latasha said, we're excited about with every opportunity. Perhaps you have the opportunity to make it even better and go to best in class, right? So we're trying to treat this as an opportunity to take it to the next level, and we're just excited about that. And Jane, thank you for your leadership here, because I know we've had some changes and filling in there, and I think we feel positive about that. So thank all three of you, I guess, and thank everybody involved. All right.
Can I ask
Steve,
a question?
I wonder if you want to comment. There was one question on special ed leadership. Could you just give a little bit of context, at least what's going to happen in the short term here?
Yeah, we're very fortunate, as you obviously were able to ascertain from the meeting tonight, that Jane is providing some direct oversight here at the central office. We also have an assistant director for special ed, Denise Yoder, and she's providing much of the day-to-day operational supervision in the field. I think many of you are aware also, as we go through the implementation of the teacher leadership and compensation program, that one of the significant additions that we've had over the course of the past couple of years is the intermediate role that our teacher leaders play, and that's having a significant impact on delivery of program in the field as those people come up to speed on their role roles. And so we really do have a wonderful leadership team comprised of both administrator and teacher leaders in special education. Again, Jane's overseeing that team right now, working directly in conjunction with our colleagues at the AEA as they go through the CAP process with collaboration from the state. So we think we're in a good position to get us through to the end of the school year.
I'm sorry, I wanted to chime in before people sat down, if it's not too late. We had so many commenters who asked about the seclusion rooms, and I was wondering if you could just, either of you, if any of you could tell us just how this plan is sort of addressing the concerns that people have.
The plan itself doesn't specifically talk about the timeout rooms and the use of seclusion, but that has been, in light of the information that came out too, and a review of the documentation, has resulted in some additional PD for our staff in the completion of those forms. A lot of times, the ones that were cited, I shouldn't say a lot of times, the three that were selected that were put, that the Gazette chose to highlight, had a couple of omissions, and one where the description was not completely and clearly stated. And so we've talked to our staff about how critical it is that they put an accurate picture, behaviorally specific about what resulted or how that led to the need for the use of timeout. That is an absolute last resort when safety is a concern. We do have some students where that is specifically in their plan, where the parents are a part of that conversation. So one of the things that, based on the information that we've gotten today, is we want to talk to our teams about making sure that they talk to parents at an IEP meeting, even if it is a student that just has maybe one goal that's in an academic area. It still would be good to reassure them, talk to them about that particular intervention and when it is used, to reassure them, and it's in a very extreme situation that would ever be implemented as a strategy for their child. So I think those are some training things that we need to do. We also should get some accurate information out to people on what those spaces look like, because there's very specific requirements for that space to be safe, to be ventilated, to have adequate lighting, for visibility to always be there, to have a staff member that's always supervising and available, and that there's a very specific time that we use to try to de-escalate that student. We don't want to use that room any more often than we need to, and the time is pretty limited as to how long we would like to see a student in it.
Have there been any discussions internally? I mean, I know that the work you're doing with the state and with the AAA is going to be focused on legal compliance, right? But have there been any discussions internally about, ways of going above and beyond compliance, and just in terms of for example, the physical facility itself of those seclusion rooms, or any other process that we could have that might be above and beyond what's required?
Well, a lot of this goes back to instruction and providing quality education and quality educational supports for those children, so that we increase that engagement in their education, that we're providing education that meets their needs. It's at a level that they're able to be challenged, but to grow, that's of interest to them, just like we would for any child in general education. So when you look at that instructional practice for kids, if we're able to meet their academic needs, a lot of times those behavioral issues are pretty minimal. We train the staff in crisis prevention strategies, which is the de-escalation strategies. We have a lot of staff that have additional training in the area of quality curriculum, in letters, and looking at my group over here, in curriculum that meets the needs of the students at a wide variety of levels. So I think in a lot of ways it really goes back to providing that quality research-based education at the classroom level. To me, that's where the bar really gets raised. I think our other strategies, obviously we want to be at the top of our game, but for these kids need to achieve at a rate higher than general education kids who are on track and at grade level. So we're trying to get them to reduce that gap and to catch their peers up, and that only can happen with quality instruction and quality research-based curriculum. So that's really where our target, where we're wanting to be, so that instructional time is maximized.
I mean, I guess can you give us a sense of how, I mean, I'm sure it's unavoidable that sometimes you have to protect a student and other students from the student. But how do you evaluate whether there are things you could do with the education that you're providing with the IEP that would further reduce the number of occasions when you would get into a situation where somebody would be in that state?
The teams review student plans all the time, and part of the training that I talked about earlier, that behavior-based training, has to do with looking at the student environment, what the triggers might be. We call it the ABCs, the antecedent, the behavior, and then the consequences to see what's reinforcing that behavior so that we're able to minimize the triggers or develop coping skills for the student to be able to handle those things when they come up. To reduce those stressors and so they're able to handle themselves better so they don't get in an unsafe situation for themselves or other people. When those situations happen, the teams come back together and they analyze the plan, they review the steps that they took, and then make a determination, is the plan effective or not? Was this an aberration? Was this an unusual day? Do we need to make some changes so that we keep this from happening again? And that really is the goal, and the safety of the student and the staff.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just going to suggest if we want to get into this deeper, perhaps we put on a work session.
Well, I was going to ask one more question. Pulling back, is the district still taking the position that the violations that we had were just procedural and documentation violations that didn't affect services?
Services were never discontinued. Services had continued to be provided for students, but that documentation needs to accurately reflect that those things were going on and that plans were being followed. So that really is the key to all of this, is to make sure that the documentation supports the plans that are being implemented, and that parents have that communication, are able to look at their child's plan and have the confidence that that is the service that's being delivered. So I'd say it's a little bit of both, although again, as we've done the review and looking at the corrective actions, services were not denied any student. They continued to receive those as they were designed to be delivered. We just need to be accurate in how we reflect those in their plans.
So the answer would be yes. You're sticking?
Maybe with one caveat to it, I think one of the things that's important to acknowledge in the plan was it said that if we did not take the corrective actions that we are in the process of working with the state and the AEA on, that there was a potential that there could be a denial of service. And as Jane said, while there has not yet been a denial of service as you go through that process, we want to make sure that the practices that are in place and the policies and the guidelines that the district has are designed to ensure that there is no denial of service in the future. One of the things that they talked about was a focus on least restrictive environment. We want to make sure that our identification practices and then the collaborative nature of the IEP generation and then the actual delivery of the IEP is compliant with the law and ensures that there are no denial of services moving forward.
Well, I guess I'm just, when they mentioned that there's forms that say someone was put in the seclusion room for pouting. Now, again, as the person acknowledged, that could be a documentation issue, but if that's all the documentation says, how sure can we be that that's documentation as opposed to, not providing not following the substantive rule?
And that's what we're following up with and trying to change our practice to make sure that whatever it is, I can't answer
right
on that situation. I just know moving forward, those are some of those systemic things that we're providing training for and asking teams to review and support each other on making sure that those are done in a quality way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks
And
again.
One quick one on these implementation meetings. Are those open to the public and are minutes taken and those type of things available for?
There are minutes taken. The meetings are typically day-longs, and they have been at the Kirkwood Regional Center on the AEA floor in one of their workrooms there. We haven't had them closed. They're open to anyone, but the team itself is the work team, so people, if they wanted to come in and observe, would be welcome to do so.
Okay.
All right, thanks again, Jane, Maria, and Julie. Next item on the agenda is teaching and learning reports. Steve?
Pulling it up on here. We've got a team that's going to do the presentation. Kristen's going to run the slides for us. And so I'm going to turn it over to Matt and Amy to get the process started.
Good evening, everyone. I was going to say, while Kristen's pulling that up, I'm going to share a few bits of information with you, but she's got it up already. So tonight, Matt has shared with you a binder called Teaching and Learning Reports, and you'll see that all of the documents that are posted to
Amy,
Board Docs.
I'm just going to ask you to get the mic a little
Sorry.
closer.
All of the documents that are posted to Board Docs are in your binder. We've set aside a couple of tabs for some future reports, that being the enrollment report, which we'll bring to you, I believe, in January, as well as there's a tab in there for program of studies that will come in November. So we're going to ask Diane Schumacher, Director of Curriculum Instruction Assessment, to share some information about the first couple of reports. Matt and I will talk APR and another report, and then we'll end with Adam Kurt talking about the technology update. So I'll turn it over to Diane.
Okay, we'll just walk you through the reports that are in your binder if you want to kind of page through them with us. The first one is the Academic Achievement Report, and as it says on the front, it's really a combination of a federal reporting requirement, a state reporting requirement, and then one of the local requirements that you have asked to see information about. So the federal requirement came to us from No Child Left Behind, and as you know that we've been reporting on No Child Left Behind since 2001. And this is the first year that we're transitioning from that law into the Every Student Succeeds Act. So some of the information that we traditionally have reported to you is in maybe a little bit of a different format because the state didn't provide that to us. So the first couple reports that you see in there is the disaggregated information. And I do appreciate the public comments on that too, that it is important to disaggregate when we can. The only difference from this report than ones that you might have seen in the past is this one does include all of our students, where in the past No Child Left Behind just included those who were in our district for a full academic year. So we wouldn't have included kids who were just in the district the last couple weeks or so. And that was just because that was given to us from the state that way, and we couldn't get that information this year. So just a little difference.
Do you want us to ask questions as you go through the reports, or do you want us to wait to the end?
I guess if it's a question about the actual structure, the way the report is presented, it might be okay to ask during, but if it's more of a general question, then maybe towards the end.
Well, let me ask you this.
You bet.
State reporting grade 4 math under proficiency, 37.5.
Wait, state reporting which grade?
State reporting in the first report.
Okay.
Mathematics, grade 4. You can answer this now or later. Below proficiency, 37.545. So what's up with that?
The state requires that we report a second measure in reading, math, and science, and we can choose what that second measure is. The first measure has to be Iowa assessment, and the second measure can be determined by each district. So we chose to utilize the Envision math assessment, and that was really the first year that we have used that assessment. In the past, we've used Fuchs and Fuchs. So again, this is kind of a new data piece. This was the first year that we implemented the Envision math curriculum at the elementary. And this was the first year that assessment was administered. So I don't really have any comparable data to go back and to say how that compares maybe to any past reports, but it's certainly something that we know just from anecdotal information from our teachers that now that they've been in the curriculum a second year, they're feeling a lot better about the progress that kids are making.
Okay, so it's really an assessment change, so there's a new base.
Yes.
And you got a new curriculum, and we'll assess this year.
And we felt it was a better match of measuring our curriculum than Fuchs and Fuchs had been.
Okay, that just surprised me, you know.
Sure.
All right, thanks.
So then there's that, and then there's the ACT report that's also included in that.
Since this was asked, maybe this is coming later, but is it possible to get ACT desegregated?
That's a good question. From my previous district, I don't remember seeing numbers that way, so I'm not sure. Steve's shaking his head no. I don't think we traditionally have gotten it that way.
They don't traditionally report it to us that way, and part of the rationale behind that is many districts don't have as many students taking it as we do, and then they wind up with identifiable cells in there. I don't know if they provide that information, but that is definitely not part of standardized reports that come to us. Certainly having them across the parkway gives us an opportunity to ask them that question.
So we can at least ask, yeah. Great.
Then the second report in your packet is the academic ends report. None of this is really mandated by the state or federal government, but it is some pieces of information that you have asked to see in the past. And it's really just slicing and dicing that Iowa assessment a couple different ways for you to be able to look at that. So in comparison to the first No Child Left Behind report that only looks at percent proficient, in this report you're seeing Iowa assessments 3 different ways. You're seeing them by the national percentile rank on page 3. You're seeing them starting on page 5 by the national standard score, and you're seeing that across many years. And that's broken down by grade level. And then you're seeing for the last page, on page 11, the first quartile, the middle 50%, and then the highest quartile. And you're looking at the national percentile rank for those averages as well. So just different ways of all looking at the Iowa assessment numbers. This information was from last fall, 2015. We're currently in the process of doing Iowa assessments right now. Elementary just finished, and the secondaries are taking it this week. So we should have this similar information to you again this late winter, spring. But certainly we'll be open to suggestions. If there's a different way you'd like to look at the data, we can pull it together differently.
So when we look at these percentiles.
Which page?
Oh, let's say the last page in the report you were just referencing.
11? Mm-hmm.
Top quarter of our students are in like the 97th percentile, right?
The average of the top 25% of our students scored, yes, in the high 90s.
In the top 3% of the nation.
Definitely.
I just like these fun facts because they're
Right?
easy to remember.
Yes.
And the middle half, basically the lowest, I'm looking at grade 11, right? So by the end, how are we doing? So the middle half was in the 77th percentile.
In reading?
I guess I'm looking at math, reading.
Sure,
Yeah, you're
sure.
right.
So math would be
It's a little
79.
lower, a little lower in reading. I guess it goes math, science, all that good stuff. So again, I'm back to, so the top, basically, this would be 3/4 of our kids. I normally use the reference, the top two-thirds of our kids are in the top quarter of the nation.
Sure.
So this is almost saying the top 3/4.
3/4.
I need to change my message track. The top 3/4 of
Are in the
kids
top
are in
two-thirds.
the top quarter
Top
of
third.
the nation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then the bottom quarter is at least above 29 to 30%. It kind of ranges 29 to 33%. Well, I guess there's 25.
Mm-hmm.
25 to 33% by the end.
Sure.
So our bottom quartile, at least on average, is not in the bottom quarter of the nation.
Right.
Yeah, all right. So I want to make sure I had that right. So top 3/4 of the kids are in the top quarter of the nation. Got it.
Right.
Sorry. I always sort of puzzle over these numbers a lot when I look at them, and part of me, the part that to me that seems most compelling and most useful are the fact that you can see these differences between the disaggregated groups, because even if you don't totally buy into that these tests are measuring everything perfectly, why would there be differences between different groups? But I've always sort of wondered a little bit more about what to make of one year versus the next year, or us versus the national trends. And what is the basis for evaluating whether the choices we're making as a district are making those bars higher or lower than they would be if we made different choices, because of course we're demographically different from the rest of the country, and we got a highly educated university town with people with a lot of advanced degrees, and so you would expect to see differences from any kind of different population group. But how do you tell whether the policies that we're pursuing and the curriculum that we have are making a difference in these bars?
That's a good question, and I always say that data probably generates more questions than it provides answers. And especially when you're thinking about, this is one data point. When you're looking at Iowa assessment, this is one point in time, and we at the district look at multiple measures, multiple assessments to try to get a grasp on that. But when you are implementing, 10, 12 different programs in an attempt to try to increase student achievement at all the different demographic levels.
And the population's
changing. And the population changes, so, your task maybe gets harder each year as well. It is hard to determine what one piece made the growth change. You're correct.
I would agree with Diane on the variables, and I think back to when when we started back in 2011, and approximately at that same time, we would have undergone an English language arts curriculum review. So one thing that makes me wonder is, did the new curriculum that we put in place have some bumps, and over time, as we got better about implementation, is that why we continue to see that increase, and specific to English language arts, because I think we're in about year 4 of that. But there's been so many other pieces when you talk about multi-tiered system of supports, the early literacy initiative that you've seen last year. It would be hard to narrow it down to just one variable.
Thanks.
I just wanted to emphasize one thing you said, and that kind of gets to this point. We're almost always looking at the data a year ago, right? Because you think, oh, we're doing all these
Right.
great things, why isn't it, getting better? And then you got to remember, yeah, this is last October, right? So,
Right.
Anything we've done in the last year wouldn't have showed up. It'll show up this year. So you're always in kind of a year behind, right? In terms of looking at the data.
Right. And I do believe some of this information was shared with you, maybe in a more timely manner
Yes, we get
last
interim
spring.
reports and all
Mhm.
that.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. It's just when you look at the data, you got to remember it's like a year ago at this point, right?
Exactly.
All right, getting on to the big one.
Okay, so I get to kick off the annual progress report tab, and at the beginning of that report, there's some pieces on enrollment data and certified weighted enrollment. You see there for the 2015-16 school year was 13,671.17, and that includes students that you see there, the 455.9 that were open enrolled and tuitioned out. So that number, if you're not familiar with how that's calculated, is a little bit tricky to read on first blush. The other numbers that are probably of to note in there would be our free and reduced lunch rates. You can tell we had about a 2% increase from 14-15 to 15-16. Race and ethnicity trends are also included in that demographic profile there. Black or African American students roughly up close to a percentage, white down about a percentage, and then the rest of those held pretty steady. Some other trends in there from a demographic standpoint, one probably to note is our special education enrollment in 11-12, about 11.4% down to 8.8% in 15-16. Our ELL enrollment, as we've talked about several times with you folks, has exploded there since 11-12, almost 1,000 student increase, hedging on that. And then our preschool enrollment there as well, as we've kind of had some conversation generated about that recently. We're serving more students, but I know we have questions about programming and some of those pieces and what that looks like. So those are some of the highlights from the enrollment piece. The other thing I would mention is that we present enrollment trend data to you, as Amy talked about with that tab that'll be coming later. That'll be our big report to you there after the turn of the calendar year, where we show those enrollment projections, class size demographic report, and a more complete profile. So this is a little just kind of snapshot of that piece where we come back with a more complete profile later to kind of update you on this year's progress. This data is all that year old, just like President Lynch was talking about there. So the next piece of the annual progress report is academic achievement. Amy's going to talk a little bit more about that. And then we also have some folks from Iowa Testing here with some information to share here today too, so she'll be transitioning to them at some point.
Sure, and so I'm largely going to speak about Iowa assessments again. Our academic achievement data runs from page 8 to page 28. Page 8 does a nice job of talking about what those No Child Left Behind requirements ask us to do in the way of reporting to our public. But I think it's important to point out on page 23, up in the paragraph that talks about No Child Left Behind, like Diane alluded to, we are in that transition between No Child Left Behind and Every Student Succeeds Act. And so what the state of Iowa has asked us to do is to kind of put everything on hold, freeze where we're at with our expectations, and whether that's with our sign and DINA statuses for each of our buildings, but everything's kind of on hold this year. Thus, the state also did not send school districts their full academic year information. And so in years past, when you look at our grade bands on page 23, which looks similar to some of the information in the reports that Diane shared earlier, that information from 2011-12 through 2014-15 are our students that were full academic year students, so that were here in the district for that full year. Our 15-16 items then show all students, so there's not an apples-to-apples comparison from the previous years. It's a little bit hard to draw conclusions then, since we don't have apples-to-apples. Sometimes we're seeing that data take a dip compared to the previous years or the previous 4 years. Other times it may surprise us a little bit because it's not full academic year and we actually see an increase with that. I think it's important tonight to point out that while we're doing well in some areas, we certainly know that we've got subgroups that are quite discrepant from other subgroups, and those are the areas that we continue to pay attention to. I think last year Matt and I pointed out specifically the area of IEP, ELL students, and our Black or African American students tend to be our three most discrepant subgroups kind of across the district and across those subject areas. Last year, after meeting with you all and sharing the annual progress report, Matt and I started meeting with Catherine Welch and Steve Dunbar from Iowa Testing, and met several times during the spring and over the summer to understand more about what our data was saying, and asked them to maybe show our data in different ways to have us understand in a deeper way. Also knowing that every Student Succeeds Act is going to include having school districts start to look at what's happening in the area of growth. When you receive these students, what are their proficiencies looking like? What expectations should you have for growth? And so that's some of the information that we've asked them to do some research on for us and that they will share shortly. Some other information that we've already talked about.
So Amy, just one before I move on. The change this year was what again?
So there are several things. They, because they're in transition, they are writing their plan. The state is really going out to seek information from school districts. They have several meetings across the state set up to ask about what Iowans would like to see reported.
You said something about all students are in versus in the past.
Right. So if you look at page 23, the 15-16 data, so that we could share information, we've included that column, but it's all students. So in the years prior, when we were showing the No Child Left Behind look, the state would have sent to us full academic year data. And so that,
okay.
So that's different. But we still decided to share it with you because we've shared it in years past. So that's what's a little bit tricky about
Should I have read that somewhere? Or
yep, it's up in that paragraph on page 23.
like in the finance font, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. But the SINA and DINA designations were also frozen this year. Another component that it was unique this year was within our Title I funds, we've been setting aside tutoring monies. However, those monies had to, could be accessed from our families, but were used for outside agencies. For example, Sylvan Tutoring. So one change, or at least for this particular year, is we're able to use that Title I set aside, roughly $300,000, to provide tutoring to our own students after school, and we're getting that up and running right now. So that's another change that's happened during this time of transition.
Do parents know how to access that?
Yeah. Want to talk about Title I letters that have gone out to families?
So currently, I'm not sure if they've gone out yet or they're in the process of going out this week, but we're sending letters home to all families from our Title I schools who meet the qualifications for free and reduced lunch, and then they would be able to access tutoring services. So we're trying to get right now a number of how many kids would be interested and then put the plan in place as to how we could provide those.
Finishing out just quickly with the academic piece then, on page 26, the ACT data again. Page 27 highlights those multiple measures that Diane spoke. And if there aren't any other questions, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine and Steve to share information around growth.
So,
I have a question.
yeah, a few questions. Go ahead, Latasha.
I'm calm this year. I'm calm. I am.
Calmer.
I'm calmer. Yes. Is there anything that you all are doing to address? I'm being real calm. Anything to address our kids that are our African American kids? It's breaking my heart because we just got years and years of data that we just not getting our kids over 50%, and either there is something just like seriously wrong with me and my family, or there's something else going on. And I know what the research says about what's going on. My question is, when is it critical? I think we're past critical. I think we're past critical. This is a crisis for our kids about what is it that we can do? Because this isn't just, 50% of these kids aren't proficient. This is like lifelong cycles of, you know what I'm saying? The implications for this is lifelong for our kids. And so I'm trying to figure out what we're doing to interrupt this.
Sure.
And I know we have an equity plan and everything is lovely on paper, but like, what are we doing to interrupt this? This really terrifies me as a mother. Like, I'm like, seriously, as a school board member, it makes me really uncomfortable. about this, knowing that these schools are working for the kids that they were created for. I'm gonna say that. So how do we interrupt this system? Because it's a systemic problem to work for all of our kids. We just can't keep saying this is great for whatever that percentage of those kids that are great in the nation, but there are kids that are, I'm not saying we don't keep supporting those kids, okay? Because people get that twisted when it comes out of my mouth. Absolutely, we support all of our students. They're doing well. Some of our kids just gifted. I don't know what's in the milk or whatever. Some of these kids just gifted, okay? And so we can't really take too much credit for a kid to come at 5 and they can read the encyclopedia. We can't take credit for that. That's their parents. But what I'm saying is that what can we do? Because this is a crisis. I feel like there should be like some task force out here specifically looking at this as this is a crisis. I mean, we can do climate and all that, but this is a crisis. And so I really need to hear, see, feel something about this crisis. I don't know a nicer way, a nicer word to put in. I'm really not caring about being nice in this moment, really. But, like, this is a crisis, and I don't know what to do necessarily. I'm willing to reach out to anybody that wants to help us with this. The advantage of putting our data out this way is that we can zero in on this because we're all responsible. We want to ask who's responsible. We're all responsible for this. And the people that, if this was our white families, we would be breaking our neck to make this happen. And so that's not okay that we're not breaking our neck. I'm not saying that there are not teachers doing this, but what I'm saying is we're in crisis mode over this. I've sat here for 2 years, and we have the data for years back. That number hasn't moved. So, I mean, is there anything new that we're doing this? I mean, we could talk about Avid. Avid, that just got here. Is there anything else besides that?
So I think we've got several
Everybody.
things that we can share, and I run the risk of having the discussion around some of those barriers that I think we have in place, but I think that that's a legitimate conversation to have as well. So the one statistic that Matt shared earlier that I think we have to just really recognize is our explosion with our English language learners numbers, right? So we're almost at 10% with students that are coming with little language, and we know that over time, that language acquisition takes several years. We can't see it in the first year. We can't even see it in the second year. We're talking about 3 and 4 years out. We absolutely should have the expectation that 100% of our kids are proficient. I never want to go away from that. But we also have to recognize that how kids are coming to us. So I think it's important for you to also see the growth data. I think you're going to be pleased when you see this data that Iowa Testing is going to share. Not only are our students growing, but they're growing, they're outperforming their peers even with the state for growth, and so those kinds of things make you feel good. We're never going to feel great until we're at 100% proficiency. I think about our special education percentage and the percentage of that population that might have severe cognitive delays. We've got a whole bunch of other kids, though, that don't have those severe cognitive delays that we need to be just working just as hard on their behalf. We also know that kids that are coming from poverty tend to not have the language acquisition that not maybe quite as similar to our English language learners, but there's definitely that barrier too. And so I think there's several things going on. But as we meet as a team, we talk on a regular basis about what we have in place for our multi-tiered system of supports. And not only do we think about what that looks like academically, but we also think about what's happening socially, emotionally, behaviorally for our students too, because we know that if they're not in a good state that way, they're not ready to learn. So we really looked at what are we doing on the academic side of things and the social, emotional, behavioral side of things. What have we done recently with our RAM that's going to help? And then one other area, in the area of equity. So we've got several things that we can speak to on that.
And Amy, you might want to add too, from a structural standpoint, one of the things she mentioned was the explosion in English language learners. And for years, the model in the district was when it was determined that you were an English language learner and you needed some additional support, we would put you on a bus and send you to a school that had ELL programming. And one thing we know was that a lot of parents denied services. And that was because they wanted their kids to go to school in their neighborhood with their peers. And those children chose to stay in regular ed classrooms with minimal support. Certainly a challenge for them, definitely a challenge for the teacher and the other students in the class. So we worked really hard to get ELL programming in as many schools as possible. We continue to increase that. And one of the things that we found when we introduced that programming into those schools to provide support to the students who live in that neighborhood was actually an explosion in the number of kids that we didn't see. They were invisible to us because they'd been identified, but then declined services. Now suddenly coming into the program, giving us the opportunity to provide them the assistance that they needed that they weren't getting when they were in a regular education classroom and not receiving that support. So that's been a big change in the district just in the last couple of years. Certainly that's not something we're going to see an immediate result with. If you look at the research, 4 to 7 years is what they're looking at for students to progress through that ELL programming. But we know a lot of those kids have already had 2 or 3 years. So what we're hoping to be able to see in the next few years is that for those students that weren't getting those services in the past because we didn't have it in their home school, that they're starting to take advantage of that, and we should see some improvements with those students too.
And what year was that we switched?
We've done it gradually, and we've had challenges due to space. We've had challenges due to certification and actually being able to hire people to do it. But we started in earnest about 4 years ago with that. We've been
To
adding.
be able to.
Yep, we've been
see
adding
some-
a couple of programs a year. So as those kids go through that, I think we're going to see changes in that population.
We're gonna do, but we have to do something. We have to move this needle.
Right.
I mean, we've had multiple superintendents over this number has not moved. It just not have moved. Y'all making me not feel real comfortable putting my kids with y'all. I'm being honest. It makes me nervous. I have 2 kids I got to put at the same time. One might read, one might not. That is disturbing for any African-American parent. And just imagine the stress that they're under if they're constantly in a place where it's like your kid is failing. And so, I don't know what else we need to do, but we really need to own this. I feel like we keep wrapping it in all kids and treading lightly about the discussion, but it's not helping. It's not helping. We need to dig down into it. I'm not saying that you all are not doing some of that, because I've been here, I've seen you all talk more about this issue than you've ever talked about this. So kudos to that. It's uncomfortable, but we're going to have to get a little bit more comfortable with being uncomfortable about this, because these are the lives of children. And as a social worker, it's unethical if we know that we're interfering with the lives of children. And when we set them up in this way, it's not right. And so, I can't go in the classroom and teach this. I can't do those things. I'm way up here in this policy place that I can't do any of that. But what supports do you all need from the board, from the community to move this needle? Let me know. I'm willing to work on it. I'm willing to help with that. Because we have to move this needle. It's just not right. We just can't keep saying, okay, this is a problem, but what are we going to do about it? Because if it was any of y'all kids up here, and y'all would be upset. So I'm not saying that people are not upset, but well, maybe they're not. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'm upset about it because I know I've only been here a year, but we got data that says this needle hasn't moved. I don't know. I can lament about it all night, but
No.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say I'm upset. So, but this is for me. I just want to review a few of the numbers, right? So, when you look through all the academic data, to me, when you compare FRL to non-FRL, there's a 35% proficiency gap across the whole thing. It's just a 35% proficiency gap. Doesn't matter what subject, it doesn't matter what grade. That's what it is. When you look at our African American numbers, they're in the 40 to 50s, right? Look at our Latino numbers are around 60. Now, that's not good enough. We've already said that. Now, again, to me, this reinforces our district strategic goals are right on. Because the reading and math results here are not acceptable. And I think we were incredibly smart with the help of the Equity Committee, by the way, to focus on closing the achievement gap for each subgroup measured by the elementary and secondary gap. And again, you said, at least we got the data here. Now, again, this is like a year-old data, right? So, like strategic plan-wise, we really just developed it last spring. We really just got going on the plan this year. This is the question. I think, Cersei asked this in community comment. So, what are we going to see next year? Because I think the biggest thing we've done is implemented the rated resource model.
That's true. Well, I was going to draw attention to that too, because one of the things, and I defer to Latasha to talk more about that, but we know that the adverse child experiences that kids have when they come into the classroom create significant challenges, in particular when we have large class sizes. And so you ask what you can do for us, and one of the things that you've already done for us is given us the latitude to staff based on the needs of the kids in the classroom. And if you talk to the teachers and the support staff that are in the classrooms that have been affected by that differential staffing model, they will tell you that the environment in the class is very different this year from what it was last year. We're already seeing dramatic decreases in things like office referrals. Kids in class can learn, kids out of class can't learn. So we're seeing a significant change in the environment of that class, which means that we're seeing a significant change in the educational delivery by teachers and the learning of students. So in terms of what you can do for us, reinforcement of that work is really positive, because we're hearing from the people who are doing the work, the teachers and the support staff in the classroom, that it has made an enormous difference only 2 months into the school year.
I just want to, this is the fourth time that I've had the opportunity of going through this report, and there's something very different about this year. In the past, we've wrung our hands and said, boy, that's disappointing. What are we going to do about it? And I agree with Director Lynch that the work that this board has done, and to some extent the previous board, regarding developing strategic goals, I think I hope is going to be very, very helpful in moving the needle. I look at these numbers, and I think this should be the floor, with the sky as the limit, starting hopefully immediately. I want to see this, I want to see this year's data moving up. And again, we're looking at testing data, which I'm just going to say is inherently culture biased. But that's just
true.
That's just out there. I just want to throw that out there. But when I look at some of the things that we've done kind of piecemeal over the last years and incorporate them with what we're doing now regarding RAM and like ELL, I mean, in the past we've done like ELL expansion and trying to make our district support staff and teaching staff reflective of our student population. These are little things. And I agree with the student discipline piece, is that students can't learn if they're not in the classroom. And looking at every bit of what we're doing to help our students that require the most opportunity. I really, really hope that with these goals that we've laid out, that we do see the needle start to move. And I want to be clear, I do think this should be the floor. And I hope that this fourth time reviewing this, that we see some change, because, we always talk about the insanity definition of doing the same thing over and over again. And I hope that we have finally laser focused on changing this and making an improvement for our children who need the most help. Because I agree with Latasha, these are our kids. These are our kids, and they deserve to have the most opportunity. With the sky is the limit. So frustrated, but I'm also more enthusiastic now about what the future holds based on some of the work we're doing. And I hope that laser focus, and please, what we can do to help support the district, to help our kids succeed, please let us know, because I hope we're starting on that path the right way.
Have we ever just reached out to all of our black families specifically about this, to say this is where we are? Seriously.
Right.
At this point,
right,
put all the whatever politics aside. Like, our black families and our kids that are struggling, there needs to be some kind of community something
right,
to talk about this. Seriously, like, this is a crisis. This is not like, oh, we see a dip off here. Like, this is a crisis. This is like generations of families back to back to back. And
what did we talk about, Latasha, in the lighthouse thing? How the community knew, the community was involved in them. Whether it's faith organizations, community centers, parents.
Something.
My God, we need to get.
We just can't. The thing is, if we continue to try to address it internally and not realize there's a community piece here, that's why we're failing. Let's keep it real. We're failing because we are not including, from a culturally responsive pedagogical standpoint. If you do not include communities of color in these discussions, that's why this looks like this. Y'all can sit around. I love y'all. Y'all so fantastic, really. Y'all can sit around. Y'all can have a couple. well, I appreciate y'all diversifying the staff and all that, that's great, but those folks cannot be the foundation for trying to make this happen. That's a lot of weight to carry, but if we don't reach out to our communities and really say, what is it that you need that will help you, that will support? And the thing is, we can't just blame this on these families either, and we can use the trauma piece all day long. But let me tell you something, I have been through more things than you all would ever know about my life. And I'm sitting here, and I graduated from this district. So, but nobody was like, oh, Latasha, your life is so hard. I'm so sorry you homeless. Nobody did that. They said, what can I do to help you so you can be successful? So if we're going to talk about ACEs, if y'all roll in, I'm not about to do the tears thing. We're not about to cry over these babies that have struggled and got to this point. We're not doing that. I refuse to do that. So the thing is somebody pushed me. They didn't just say, oh, your life is rough, and let's do this whole, antebellum South thing with you, you poor child. They pushed me. And a lot of times I feel like that's what's happening to our kids. And the kids are even saying, nobody believes in me. They only see me as an athlete, which goes back to historical stereotypes. Like, we have to break it down, get uncomfortable. Maybe you hurt when you go home, but I'm not worried about y'all feelings. Everybody in here that's making $100,000, y'all can afford therapists, for real. These kids can't. They can't. And I mean, I'm not trying to berate anyways, but it's so serious. If you saw the crisis that's going on in my community and knowing that it's stemming from education and the fact that we continue to have this racist rhetoric in our communities, it's coming from education because we don't want to address this stuff because it's scary. We don't want to talk about that. And then we have like 5, 6 teachers that will, and then we get kids in the line talking about y'all need implicit bias training. I mean, like, our babies is screaming out, help me, and we saying, well, the data says these are real people, these are real children, and these are their families, and they're negatively impacted. So I'm gonna be quiet now, but no, y'all gonna hear the same speech next year if this doesn't move. And even if it's better, y'all gonna have the same speech. So just prepare yourself. I'm just letting you know. So, but we have to do, and when I'm not here, I'll probably stand in the line and get the same speech. But we have to do better. I believe in this district, and we have the ability to do this. We just cannot keep trying to skirt around it. We just got to get it done. We just got to get it done.
Well, we have some friends from Iowa. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I was just going to, meant to kind of get in a little bit earlier. There's a lot of ground covered, but I agree with you, Latasha, and I don't think there's anybody up here that doesn't look at this data and just feel that we're failing in certain areas. And I think you hit on it. We can do a lot during the school day, but there's more to the day than just that. And I think we've kind of not worked with the parent component, and I think that that's something. And in fact, at the board retreat, I went to make that a board goal, and that got shot down. But I think that there's great opportunities with working with parents. We need more parents' involvement. There's a study, I wish I could remember it, but the amount of vocabulary words that some students encounter and other students do. And I mean, if you have 30 or 60,000 word less vocabulary, that's an obstacle, and that has to be overcome. No, and what was Chris was talking earlier about, when you get positive data, can you really pinpoint exactly, what steps did you take that you can say, yeah, that's the one, okay, let's concentrate on that and focus on that. That's difficult as well. But I surely hope that you don't think that the rest of us are complicit in accepting these numbers and thinking that they're acceptable, because we have to work on it on all it's every student. All of our students are equally as important, no matter where they are.
Do we in any system, I mean, I also want to just second what Latasha said, especially about parent involvement, and do we in any systematic way have a practice of reaching out to the families of the affected subgroups that we're concerned about?
I would say we're definitely speaking with our families about where their students are at academically. Of course, we've got ELI legislation. We had previous Iowa code asking us to report to parents via conferences or report cards if their students were proficient. So collectively, are we having a conversation with subgroups around the matter? No. Individually, are we having the conversation? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think maybe a collective approach would be a good idea. You know, I do think that the weighted resource thing was partly the result of what we were hearing from people and what they thought they needed, and I think that was a good way to respond to it.
All right, how about we've had the big build-up for the Iowa data, so how about we get on with that? Matt, does that sound good? No pressure, but hopefully this data tells us how we're going to do next year, too.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kathy Welch. I'm here with my colleague Steve Dunbar. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and present maybe one other perspective on things. And so as we listen to your conversation and the difficulty and the passion and what not only you as a district but other districts are facing, we recognize large-scale assessment like ours is just one picture, but it's an important picture. And what we're here is to sort of look at it through a different lens, another lens that would complement what No Child Left Behind has sort of put in front of us for the last 15 years is sort of this status, where you are with respect to proficiency, and that's all they've given us. And we're here to just share a different way to look at the same information, again, with the effort of taking those next steps. What can we do when we go a little deeper, dig deeper? What can we understand about our students and those populations to make change? We're going to sort of talk about 3 different metrics that are a part of what comes from the Iowa assessments. One, a simple change in performance across years, a GAIN score. And that has sort of an apparent attraction. It's nice and easy to understand, but it also has a few limitations. And then 2 others that are more forward-looking with goals in mind, one being proficiency goal, a second one being college-ready goal. So both of those looking at different types of ways to use a growth metric to allow us to better understand where students are.
Just as an aside, we're here to advocate for your focusing on growth. I think standardized test scores have been criticized for not providing that kind of information, and in fact that information has been built into the Iowa assessments for a long time. NCLB just took our focus away from that completely, and I think your comments about moving all kids forward and the progress that you want to see can be fostered by this focus.
And I know you have a more extensive report in front of you, but we've just highlighted a couple tables here on the PowerPoint to bring your attention to them. One being, again, the GAIN scores. Now here, you sort of, we heard an earlier district person reference the National Standard Score Scale. So this metric is the National Standard Score Scale. And what we have here is for the 3 areas for No Child Left Behind, we have the gains, the differences between 4th grade and 3rd grade, for instance, for your students within your district, and then how that compares to the state of Iowa for the same year. So this is the year 2015 minus 2014 in this case, and again as the point of reference for the entire state. So as you look across your transition years, you can see some patterns of growth, strong in reading, strong in mathematics, a little bit more wobble in science, but overall growth that is, again, as you look at your total population in your district, growth that outperforms the growth of the state of Iowa pretty consistently. Not by a lot, but fairly consistently. And I think these graphs sort of help show you, without looking at all those individual numbers, where those are. So here again we have the transition years. So we're looking at students that finished 4th grade and compared to where they started in 3rd grade. And the blue line here is the state average for each of those transition years. And your district here is represented in the green bar graphs. So again, you are pretty consistently outperforming the state as a whole with respect to growth. You're going to say something? Okay. The pattern is a little bit more sporadic there in reading, sort of stabilizes more in mathematics. And some of these patterns, as we look, and we can look back 15 years within the state, these state lines remain very, very, very fixed across time. There's not a lot of change. We see dips at very sort of predictable points in time as well. Like the middle grade years, there's more of a dip. As students go into that senior year or, upper high school, we see a little bit more of a dip. Less interested in doing well on the Iowa assessments, I think, more interested in the ACT and so forth. So some of those things are predictable patterns that we see across the state and across the nation.
One other comment, reference was made earlier about full academic year data versus all students. And these data are based on all students in the previous 2 years. So the most recent year would be 15-16, the year previous to that, 14-15. But in both cases, we're talking about all students who were tested in Iowa City School District.
So a more comprehensive view than just the FA1. So, but thinking about, again, sort of going deeper into that data, what we've put on this slide is as we think about those non-proficient students, and those students, how can you as a district affect what's going on for those students so that you see greater movement towards proficiency, knowing that we want all students ultimately to hit the minimum bar of proficiency and up towards college readiness. So as we look, again, sort of deeper within this, we can look at the Iowa City District, and here we have a reference of the nation put here, because that is sort of, I think, a broader perspective here with respect to expected growth. And growth in this case means, are these students going beyond what our growth model would say? So we would say students transitioning from 3rd to 4th grade across the nation would have changed 11 points in reading across the nation. Here in the district of Iowa City, they've changed 15 points. And you can see some of these, I think I highlighted it on the next one, have significantly larger changes for, again, these are the non-proficient students. And so you can, again, go deeper into this and better understand, for instance, your English language learners within the non-proficient categories to better, inform your next steps in the process. So again, we have sort of a different reference. The idea still is growth. We're looking here, the reference group here is what we would expect a student to change over time within these transition years, and then how your district did again in that year 14 to 15.
And the expected is based on just what you see nationally?
Yes, exactly. And again, you see sort of some patterns. It plays out empirically. It's not like we set this as a goal or anything. It's an empirically defined expected. So this is just what the model says nationally.
So I ask a real basic question. So
Please.
that looking at that number 34 there for 8-9.
Yeah.
So that means that this year's 8th graders and 9th graders on average scored 34 points higher than those same cohorts in the previous year. This
is the 9th graders, the students that were 9th graders in the last fall.
From 8 to 9.
How they changed as a cohort. So those students as 8th graders, how they then changed as when they grew into 9th graders.
Picked up 34 points.
Yes, they changed 34 points.
And that's a point, that's not a percentile or anything.
Not a percentile. And the other critical thing here is this non-proficient students.
Oh, for non-proficient students, right.
This is the slice
Yeah.
of students whom you should be concerned about in terms of moving them up and seeing that their growth is exceeding expectations.
Now, not that go ahead.
I think these data are telling a positive story in the sense of whatever is happening in the district with regard to interventions for students who are in that lowest performing category in terms of the NCLB categories.
This probably doesn't make much difference, but I mean, it's not the exact same students, right? Some students come, some students go, and
No, these are the exact same
so it
students.
is. So it's only the students who were there last year and remained there this year.
Yes, these are a matched cohort of students. That's correct.
All right. Okay, thank you.
I think this pulls from table 3, I think, in the full report. So I just sort of pulled out the non-proficient categories there. You can look at the proficient categories, you can look at the advanced, but I think in the spirit of the conversation, again, sort of diving deeper into the non-proficient status students, is a better place to go and help focus where the growth is and where the growth is not, and where you'd want to.
Is there any way that you all could do this? We as a district, we've been really trying to, and I could be making this up, maybe this is in my own head, but disaggregating this out by race, because this is great. I think it's fantastic, but I don't know who, you know what I'm saying? The areas that seem to be consistent for the last couple of years, this could be 4 points for that subgroup that's struggling. So I don't know what that is. And so that could be very, very helpful, especially when we have a group in crisis. I mean, I think it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think it is amazing that we can, almost, 5 times more than the national level improve from our 8th and 9th graders. I think that's amazing. I think for purposes of trying to drill down and really get real specific about where that intervention is, I think it's going to be really helpful for us if we know this by subgroups.
Absolutely. We would be happy to do that.
On a bunch of these charts, it seems like a noticeable difference once you get to 10, 11. What's going on with that?
High school, I think, again, motivation is, I don't, we have a reading dip both in the state and in your district that we have tried to explain and justify without much explanation.
Yeah, one additional thing, the metric itself is one where expected growth as you move up the grades tends to get smaller in the metric. So an expected growth of high school you can see is between 10 and 11 is 7, and that's based on national research data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it was most striking in that one reading chart at the beginning where it was actually a negative number instead of a positive number.
Yeah, and that's one we're looking at. That's one we're trying to figure out, to be perfectly honest with you. We've seen it statewide. We don't have a good explanation for that.
So maybe it's just the way we're looking at the data, because, I get it. I see where our kids, as they get to high school, they're outperforming the nation quite a bit. But it still looks like when you look at the 11th grade numbers that we have these proficiency gaps. And maybe we get that when we desegregate the data and do the same thing. But you'd think when you look at this that we'd see a closing of the proficiency gap. I'm just not sure I see it, so maybe I'm not looking at it right. You know what I mean? Or the nation as a base is a base of very poor results, and we're just doing better than the nation, but we're still not closing the gap. I don't know.
Well, I do think the comments about disaggregating these data might help you drill into some of the sources of the overall decline that we see between 10 and 11.
Sounds good, yeah.
Is there ever any discussion or talk with students as they take these tests in 10 and 11 that they maybe they're just taking the test? There's no, there's nothing that happens to them for taking the test, thus they're not trying as hard.
No, absolutely. I think that contributes to 10, 11. I mean, you can give tests to young students. They're very motivated to take it. By the grades 10 and 11, they figure it out. This, No Child Left Behind has no impact on the student. It only has impact on buildings and districts. There is no student-level sanction associated with it. So students have figured those things out. And again, they're looking for ACT scores and other things. Now, we do have a lot of scoring rules, so patterns, things that, the student that's bubbling in things randomly, those are excluded. All those things are sort of cleaned out of the data for invalid responses. But
I'm a student through this district, and then I remember taking these in grade school, and I was very, trying to get the best I could. By the time I got to high school, there's a couple of times I just tried to get it done quick.
Absolutely, yes.
So,
and just to point of information, 12th graders don't take the test. That's why we're not seeing 11, 12, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly. 12th graders are not a part of No Child Left Behind. Okay, we just have one last slide. Which, again, is a different way to look at it using growth. And this is if your goal is to have all students on track for college ready or college credit bearing classes, or being college ready is sort of the terminology right now. Again, far more complicated than just an academic indicator. We all understand that. But again, here within the three sort of general core areas of reading, language, math, and science, the gold here represents the nation and what percentage of students would be on track to realizing those indicators for college ready. The blue here is the state of Iowa, and the green is your district. So again, through a different lens, you're getting a different sort of indication of where students are with respect to their curriculum. We pulled up the 10th grade here just as an indication of where they are with respect to course taking patterns, still early enough to affect things. This information is provided back to middle school in the spirit of giving more information early to help affect course taking patterns.
Now that the chart that goes along with that in the second to last page, that one stops at grade 10. Is there not data for 11 on that one?
Is it in the report itself?
Well, I'm just looking at that one page toward the end.
Maybe that was my oversight.
Part of me wonders what % of our students do go on to college, because then you
right. Well, we
want to match those numbers up.
Yeah, for several years we've actually worked with ACT, to look at the relationships between different sort of graduating classes from the state of Iowa and then the ACT, and we have a very strong relationship between the two. I'm not sure I have that for the Iowa City District itself, but we could generate that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think our thought here in presenting grade 10 was, for the reason Kathy described, grade 10 is still a point in time when there is time to make suggestions or coursework pattern changes or whatever, as well as to identify kids who are, on the basis of their performance on the Iowas, in this college ready category, who might not be thinking about taking the ACT, who might not think of themselves as college bound, and there are students like that. This report of college readiness, in an assessment that all students take, is really designed to provide guidance information before that grade 11 or 12 time when kids would opt to take the ACT.
All right, thank you very much. I think we got quite a few more things to review tonight, so we better keep moving. But thanks, I think that reinforces that kids that stay with us do very well.
Can I interject something? This isn't necessarily for you, but for the board members. I discovered a great website recently. It's the Office of Civil Rights, and so there's data on there from 2013 that does disaggregate race according to like ELP enrollment, AP courses, athletics. It's all broken down by race. So if you're interested in that, it's ocrdata.ed.gov, and you can put in any district in the entire nation. It's all there.
Can you
I don't know. Maybe you guys know about that already, but yeah.
All right, we're about to segue, Matt. I did want to say, just as you're moving on from academics, and it fits with what we just heard. I mean, the ACT scores. 85% of our kids with a 20 or greater. It's pretty amazing, and I think the lowest, when you get into the details, 80% is the lowest number where students scored an 80 or greater. On page 26, we have 85% of our kids at 20 or greater. Iowa's at like 67, the nation's at 55, so that's a pretty huge difference. And then page 29 of your report, the rigorous core being over 80%. I know we talked that last year. I think it's up from the 50s, right? 5-6 years ago it was 48%. And
yeah, the 2014 was 59%, and then up to 82% this year for a rigorous core program.
Again, that's pretty amazing, and I know whether you're going on to college or trade or whatever, technical, rigorous core is key to success, so that was pretty amazing.
So our next item that we're going to talk about was still within the APR is the piece on climate and culture. If you turn to pages 38 to 41, there's a list of different or various learning supports that are being offered in the district. And as we think about a multi-tiered system of supports, I was speaking about this a little bit earlier with academics, but of course we're also concerned with how we're supporting our students social, emotional, and behaviorally. On page 38, you see a list of Tier 1 supports, and so that would be universal to all of our students. And then on pages 39 and 40, you see a list of Tier 2 interventions, as well as a list of Tier 3 interventions. And when students need the Tier 2 or Tier 3 support, that would be in addition to what they're getting during core or during that Tier 1 support. So most of those items probably don't look very new, but those are pieces that we largely support through our dropout prevention funds, and that funding streams for those various types of supports are listed there on page 41.
And then so with the safety part of the report, it kind of it goes into the behavior data from 29 through page 35 with attendance and mobility rates there. You have the data presented to you. Some of the terminology on page 30 where it talks about suspensions doesn't line up exactly with the discipline protocols and procedures you've been presented in the past, but we wanted to be able to provide a comparison from last year's data to this year's data, so we grouped that the best we could. The following pages on 31, 32, 30, and 33 there with our referral data and with our suspension data is better aligned to to steal one of Chris's words, the calibration we've done with the discipline protocols and procedures so that we're calling different offenses the same way and recording them the same way. We did have some increases, as you can see there, in our out-of-school suspensions. In-school suspensions went down slightly. I do think some work where we look at defiance and disrespect, insubordination, if you compare it to the amount of total referrals we're processing and which ones are ending up in suspensions, I still think we're doing some good work there. The numbers aren't where we want them to be. We still have some improvements to be made. Obviously, in our demographic splits, I think we'd go back to that same crisis mentality that we would talk about in the academic achievement data, knowing that some of these behaviors as they matriculate through can lead to some long-term consequences for students too. So that same urgency surrounding that academic data needs to be considered with our behavior data and what are those interventions and supports we're trying to provide for students so they can be successful and stay in their academic courses and stay in school. As Amy said, as you look at those learning supports, those are all pieces of the triangle of things that we are doing that our principals and teachers are trying to work through to provide consistent support and to keep kids in school and in class as much as possible. So I don't know if you just want to, if you have questions specifically about that data there, but without going into too many data cells or highlighting that, you have it presented there in front of you with suspensions disaggregated and then also behavior referrals disaggregated there.
Where are they going to be next year?
Where are they going to be next year? I think if we're similar to the academic data, these are not quick fixes, right? So we talk about what are the areas where we can say, hey, we could set a goal here and we can attempt to stop suspending for that behavior. We've done that with some of our protocols and procedures to say this is what we think the appropriate response to that behavior is. But if we're talking about long-term systemic change in behavior, those are longer-term conversations, President Lynch. So I don't know if you're going to see a dramatic increase. I would hate to promise that to say, okay, we're going to see something right away next year. It looks much different. The core management team will begin meeting this year and working on some of those preventative measures to say what are we doing, what are we missing, that we keep getting similar results to some of these. When you look at fighting physical aggression, when those events happen, then we're in reactionary mode, right? So what are we doing on the front end to prevent those from happening, that students aren't feeling that that's what they need to result to in our school buildings? So I don't know if I have a good answer for that question. I do feel good about some of the work we're taking on to address this long-term over systemic nature, but to your points about that being not enough, I do think there's a sense of urgency with our administrative team about how do we continue to ask ourselves this question. It goes into our conversations, I think, on a consistent basis.
And I guess would looking at the data like elementary versus junior high, high school show different, or is this just?
Would it show different by grade level?
Well, or even by elementary, junior high, high school. This is all students, right?
Yeah, this is all students, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We've looked at it at the team level, elementary to secondary. It's not presented in this report broken down by grade level, but we look at that data to know.
Is there or anything that comes to?
Jump out at you.
And we could take that away too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just wonder, I thought when we calibrated, we talked about calibrating over this next year, I thought the numbers would go down. Maybe that's a bad assumption, right? But
We've had a community member come and was concerned about drugs on schools, and I see in here that on the out-of-school suspension side, use and possession of drugs doubled from 2014-15 to 15-16, from 14 to 28. Now, the in-school suspension only went up by 1, but that's doubling. Is that concerning, or?
Do you think that's an enforcement difference or an occurrence, an incidence difference?
Well, let Kate to speak that. What I was trying to cross-reference there quickly on the disaggregated data piece to see if we had particular one event that would have led to that, or a student with multiple suspensions and that to account for that. I don't know, Kate, if you have any comments on that. I don't think it necessarily, I guess I think it'd be quick to assume that that means we have a increased presence of that. Obviously, we had more suspensions in that area. But I don't know if I could directly correlate that to an increased problem with drugs in our schools.
Right, and I talked with a principal, because one of the suggestions the parents made was drug dogs and things like that, and the principal thought that a parking lot drug dog search or what I say it is, so that the dog walk the parking lot might be effective. Is that anything the district has thought, or?
I don't think that's been a protocol or procedure the district's been comfortable with at this point, so we haven't utilized that.
Okay, is there any way we can get any, and we're always comparing ourselves to other districts. Is there any other, can we get some information on how other districts are handling this type of issue?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a particular behavior and that you would like us to gather how, other districts are handling that or addressing, safety, climate concerns in their buildings, that's certainly something we could talk to our colleagues about.
Our size type of a thing, what they do to combat it, and if their numbers are comparable to our numbers, or if we're below what they are, and if they're doing those other steps, then we shouldn't feel so bad, that type of a thing, just to have some information.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Because there's a difference between school discipline and actual police intervention. So, and I'm acutely aware of that. So are these situations, if we're going to talk about drugs, because 51 I get a little concerned about, but when I start looking at hundreds and thousands, I think my attention kind of goes more there than there. Not saying it is less significant. Are these always situations that are happening in our schools when we are suspending kids on these offenses?
Yes.
Are you sure? Not always, because I'm sure there's some situations sometimes that happen that maybe the kids are with our schools, but they're not necessarily always on our property.
A school event, school grounds, school day.
Okay.
It would be related to school activity.
Doesn't mean that this is necessarily at.
Could be an offense at a away basketball game. Something happens.
Okay.
So if you're representing the school or school activity.
I just think it's important to clarify
yeah,
that, because that's not always. Yeah. I've been here a while. I know what happens sometimes when you go to the state tournament. That doesn't mean it necessarily happened on our property, is
Sure.
what I'm saying. And so that's not clear that, before we start bringing the dog, some of these situations are things that sometimes have occurred not on our actual property.
It wouldn't have to be our physical property, similar
Right.
to
But
an
that's what I'm
offense
saying.
coming
It's
to
the
or
difference between
from school.
discipline
Right.
and the police
Yep.
came up to the schools and did X, Y, and Z. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
It says, just on page 30, just trying to make sense of the suspension change, and I don't know whether we can ever really put it together, but I noticed that disruption went down to 0 and other behavior went down to 0 on both sides. So I wonder if some of that got funneled into then disrespect and insubordination, which could account maybe for that number changing upward.
That would be, directly attributed to our protocols and procedures about what we were categorizing as a disruption versus the defiance, disrespect, or fighting physical aggression. Yep.
Okay.
So, Matt, I guess what I'm thinking, I'm just talking out loud a little bit, and I'm ready to move on after. But, I think at the elementary level, I hope the weighted resource model again. We've heard lots of anecdotal positives, so hopefully that would show a reduction in our numbers. I'm hoping when we open the new high school and get our capacity right and don't pack our students into way over capacity schools, that would help with some of the, disorderly conduct, assaults, fights, whatever, just because we're not packing people into tight spaces and, you know what I mean?
I think
So-
it's the, when we've talked before about those academic pieces, it's not one variable. I think it's accounting for all of those pieces that we need to try to address from a multi-prong approach and trying to intervene in all those situations in different ways for our students. So I think, like you said, that is going to be one effort, and then there's other multiple efforts going on to try to attack that same problem too.
Will you all be reporting back? Obviously, we have a disproportionality issue with our discipline. I mean, that's really obvious. When 20% of our population is half of our discipline, obviously we have a serious 3-to-1 kind of situation. But will you all be able to come back to explain to us what methods we're going to be using for, because to me, defiance, disrespect, insubordination is subjective. Because I'm sitting at this board table, I'm pretty sure there's some teachers that would have wrote me up by now with half the stuff I've said, let's just be honest. So I digging into that, I think it's important. I mean, for our white students as well. I mean, those numbers are still high, and I'm not saying, because I'm thinking that these are kids and they get mouthy. So if we can come back with something else, what are we doing to address it? I think it's the question I'm asking. Because I think it's a large enough number that we should at least have some clear things about we're increasing our PBIS, or you know what I'm saying? We don't have PBIS in our high schools, and with these numbers combined, it's kind of hard to tease out.
I think that's a perfect next step, is to come back and then talk about, okay, so here's what the data told us, and now here's what we're doing to try to address it, and then to have that push-pull conversation about, is that enough, or do we need to be doing something different? But I would think that would be a natural next step to this presentation, is to say, okay, now what do those supports look like, and tell us what this means when you say you're doing this, and do we need to do more of that or less of this?
I mean, and it also speaks back to, if these kids are all out of school, or out of school suspension, in school suspension, or wherever, they're losing classroom time.
Right.
And then we, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's cyclical and it's connected. And so I think being able to really drill down into that will be helpful, especially if we're able to bring the community in to have some discussion about it. I can about tell you what they'll say, but what internally, and are we open to hearing from the community about how do we change that? I think we need a much larger approach to dealing with some of these behavioral things.
All right, so it's fair to come back with desegregated, or splitting the data out and come back with next steps?
Yep.
Sounds good.
I think that's perfect. The next piece included in your binder there is curriculum review reports. So Diane's going to take that piece, and then it'll come back to Amy and I for teacher quality and PD report.
Hey, the good news is we're halfway done with the binder, right? So curriculum review, at any point in time, I can have different curricular areas on different parts of the curriculum review cycle. And it's really a three-part cycle where there is some data collection and then an analysis of the data where we look at strengths and limitations of our current programming, and then an implementation plan where we look at some suggestions as to how to improve our programming. And usually in that implementation plan is when we start looking at some new materials review as well. So for instance, this year I have world language and library media services both in that data collection stage. So they'll be sending out a survey and gathering information from parents and students and staff about their perceptions of our program. Science and extended learning program, I want to say TAG, but ELP, they went through that data collection process already. Science has gone through not only the data collection, but they did the analysis of their program as well. They came up with their strengths and limitations, and they have a pretty well finished report that we presented to you that includes their recommendations, their implementation plan. And then they're continuing this year to look at materials that will help support their implementation plan. And part of that plan will be some course change recommendations, which will address some of the concerns I know that were presented by the public earlier. And I can go through those tonight, or we can go through those at the program of studies presentation in November. The TAG program, our extended learning program, they are just in the initial phases of their review, so they've collected some data. They just met last week with their first full meeting of the curriculum review team, where they are looking at the data and they're starting to identify their strengths and limitations, and then they will be completing their plan as well. So that's why you see their report. It's a much more abbreviated report. They will have a more completed report by this time next year.
Just a quick question there. You
Sure.
mentioned a program of studies report will be given to the board in November. What's the difference between that and this report?
So in November, we will go through the program of studies where I will talk to you about specific course changes that we're recommending for offering for next year. For science, and then there's just a couple other areas as well.
Could we talk then, too, about the flow chart?
We can, yep. I know my science coordinator has a flow chart that he's created, so I could certainly present that
That'd be helpful.
and show you.
I remember going through this, and then when I got
You
the flow
bet.
chart and the math, it's like, oh yeah, I could have used that like 30 minutes ago. You know?
Right.
But
I can present that.
that'd be great.
You know, we did hear from a couple of community commenters who raised some concerns about setting up a situation where people would have to double up on science in a freshman year. I heard some other people talking about specifically, you know, the effect it could have on some of the electives like music. Somebody told me, well, I'm going to have to take my kid out of orchestra because,
Right.
you know, I can get that at Pusel, and I need to do the college prep science series. And so, I mean, what are the thoughts about
Options for that.
Yeah.
So part of the situation that I think has brought this conversation to the forefront, when we look at the next generation science standards, they are pretty prescriptive in the standards that we have to present to all of our students. And we need to present standards in the area of life science, physical science, and earth and space. So we have our students all take biology, and the majority of take chemistry, or they'll be taking a physical science course. But it's that earth and space science standards that kids have been traditionally skipping when they skip that Foundations of Science course in 9th grade. So what we'd like to do is change the Foundations of Science course, that 9th grade course, and create an Earth and Space science course to make sure that all of our all of our high school students complete Earth and Space and life and physical science. So they've been completing all of the next generation science standards. So in order to be able to get that in and still give students the opportunity to take biology early as a 9th grader, we've been talking with the junior high administration and looking at the possibility of allowing our 8th grade students to access the Earth and Space 9th grade course as an 8th grade student, so that they could then get that requirement out of the way, which would then free them up to take biology as a 9th grader.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting option. I was wondering if that was one of the things that was being considered. I mean, how do you determine, when you see the standard that the state gives us for earth science and space, I guess?
Earth and space.
How much it's going to take to satisfy that standard? Does it take a whole year for us to satisfy that standard, or could it be done in a trimester?
Sure. When you're looking at the standards, they're pretty complex and pretty complete. And the science committee, they've done a nice job of studying them and looking at them, and they felt that to do justice to the standard, that it would require a full year.
Well, I do like the idea that if there's some way that could be done during the junior high, you know, I think probably some of those kids are ready for that. I assume you're not saying everybody would take it in junior high.
Right. We would look at some requirements, just as we do for math, where we might look at their science scores in their previous classes. We'd look at their Iowa assessments in science. We might look at some recommendations from teachers, that kind of thing. Those are the same criteria we use when we're looking at advancing students in the area of math, and then allowing those kids the option of taking that high school course as an 8th grader, which I think also addresses the concern about making sure our junior high programs are rigorous for those students. And then as a 9th grader, if maybe a student didn't meet the criteria to take it as an 8th grader, they would still be allowed to double up as a 9th grader if they chose, without needing to meet any kind of criteria.
Is there a cost associated with splitting sort of 8th grade science into two tracks in that way?
Sure, there is a cost, and we've talked to Craig about adding a little FTE. We anticipate that it would probably be one section of additional science at each of the 3 junior highs.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, we look forward to talking that again in November then.
Okay, try to be brief on this one. Teacher quality and professional development report. Teacher quality funds finance a lot of our professional development within the district. There's roughly $600,000 allocation to the district to support that. The bulk of that is spent on the TQ day that precedes the school year. This year it was on August 18th, and we focused primarily on English language learners that day. We get about 80% of attendance, 80 to 90% attendance at our staff. That's an optional day. They get paid through TQ funds to attend that if they choose to come. And so we really try to target some high-quality PD that day and capture a lot of interest, and generally we have good attendance. The rest of the funds there, if you look on page 3, you can kind of see the fund breakdown. District PD activities are supported. Building PD activities also receive an allocation there where building principals support work of teachers that way. And then there's a 5% allocation for collaborative individual plans that if a group of teachers wanted to explore something on their own, they can submit plan requests to that. The Teacher Quality Fund structures is decided by the Teacher Quality Committee. You approve the administrators for that. That's presented to you on a yearly basis. And then the association provides the teacher representatives on that. Those are public meetings with the minutes posted. We just had our first meeting here in October. It seems like a pretty well-oiled machine as far as the structure and fund balance of that, and we're able to support most projects that the teachers and principals want to bring forward in that effort. Kind of some nice alignment we saw last year. If you look at I don't want to step on Amy's toes here. She's going to talk about the building PD piece, but if you look at some of the district PD that we've provided would go to some of those things we've talked about tonight. When we look at core instruction, improving that core instruction through multi-tier supports, differentiating instruction, our positive behavior intervention supports, PBIS, early literacy implementation. So we really try to have a district focus so that those are going towards the same effort, so they're not all fractured and splintered, but that's really working at addressing those strategic plan goals. And then I'll let Amy kind of wrap up here with the building focused activities that you see on page 4.
Sure. So on page 4 and 5, Diane's done a nice job of putting together what the various buildings did last year in the way of their building professional development opportunities that they had on Thursdays. So these opportunities aren't necessarily related back to those TQ fund dollars, but moreover, what buildings decided to do with their building designated days. And of our Thursdays, roughly half are building designated days versus district designated days. Like Matt said, you can see nice tight alignment between the offerings that we put forth before our teaching staff during the summer months, as well as some of those things that we're doing, pushing out, promoting at the district level, funneling back then into practice or into further professional development on Thursdays. So when I looked at what came back from our high schools, definitely that multi-tiered system of supports was happening in both of our buildings there. And also some work with our standards, depending on the content area that those teachers were working in. In our junior highs, again, you see mention of that efforts around multi-tiered system of supports. And when we say that, that's both for academic support as well as social emotional behavioral supports. You also see the junior highs mentioning PBIS or behavior workshops there. At the elementary level then, maybe more around the area of literacy. You have early literacy implementation, English language learners, interventions, phonics, tend to be areas of focus, cultural competency. And although it's not listed, Kingsley and his team went out to all buildings at least on one Thursday last year, so that would be indicative of work that happened in all buildings. Also emphasis around professional learning communities, and that's the structure that we have our grade level teams, our teacher teams working in on a regular basis. Again, work around standards, particular, of course, to the elementary level standards there, and mention of behavior again with that positive behavior support systems.
Matt, I just have one quick question. So 50% of your teacher quality dollars are spent on that in-service day that's optional. We spend the most money on it. Why is it optional?
Yeah, and that's where the group has decided that. It was a kind of a long-standing structure on that day. Honestly, I think part of that challenge is how do we structure out all those PD funds and make sure that they're spent and addressed. It is our one chance to get everybody in the same center or in the same location for a day of professional learning. So even though it's a one-day deal, I think it really narrows or gives us a little bit more of a laser focus on what that issue is. In particular, EL this year we knew that was an area we needed to address with the increase in the amount of students. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a day outside their contract. You know, when we plan that, it's going to be an additional day whenever we would do that. So, in fact, most of these TQ funds, a lot of times some of the plans submitted are optional plans. I mean, it's professional development the teachers seek out. So, some of the PD would not be, but some of the, a lot of those plans that they are submitting, they're getting paid outside their contract to commit to those PD plans.
And that's a real technical answer. Now, isn't the participation real high?
Yeah. And
I mean, what's the
that's where it said this year we were at about 80 to 85%. Usually we've also been up towards 89, 90%. So. Last piece we have for you is the technology update, and I'm going to turn that over to Adam here to work through his report and his slide there.
Yep, and I will try to be brief here, but I am excited to share a few things related to our technology program. One of the first things that I want to share are the results of the Clarity Survey, which is a survey the district has conducted each year for at least several years prior to my arrival. And that's basically intended to provide a basis for evaluation of the technology program, including both the operational side of the technology program as well as curricular and access components. And we last administered this in May of 2016, and basically the results show that we are generally in line with other districts within our area and within the state of Iowa. Relative areas of strength and weakness are highlighted on the slide that you can see. Those include some really key areas. One of them is beliefs about technology, and we tend to have a community, both in terms of students and staff, as well as parents, that supports the importance of technology access and technology integration in the classroom. We definitely have some needs areas as well. Some key ones are in terms of technology integration support, supporting our teachers as they integrate technologies and new technologies in particular. And then also in terms of, for instance, just tech support in general. We have response times that aren't necessarily where really they need to be in order for our teachers to be able to rely upon those technologies on a day-to-day basis. I do expect to see the district substantially exceed some of these state benchmarks in future years, and that's largely due to some of the initiatives that we are currently getting underway. One of them that I want to highlight, which will probably pique some interest, is a one-to-one program at the secondary level, which we will be launching next year, so fall of 2017. Really, that's been under study and development since prior to my arrival here in the district. But the ultimate goal there is to improve student achievement while addressing digital divide issues and facilitating access, inquiry, and innovation within and outside of our classrooms, which is really a key of that particular initiative. The timeline there is for deployment in all high school grade levels in the year 2017, so fall of 2017, and then deployment at the junior high grade levels in fall of 2018. Along with that, that's our focus at the secondary level. At the elementary level, our current student to device ratio district-wide is 3.4 to 1 in elementary buildings. And hand in hand with the 1-to-1 at the secondary level, we'll be looking at reducing that ratio to 2.5 to 1 in the elementary buildings, again, providing more access to technology within our classrooms. One of the things that has been shown consistently through research and anecdotal evidence is that if you simply deploy devices and you don't provide needed supports for teachers and ultimately for students, those can go to waste. So one of the other things that we currently have underway are expanded professional development opportunities related to technology, including I'm working on comprising a district tech cadre, which includes teacher representation from all of our buildings that would both provide information back to me about technology needs in the classroom, as well as receive updates about coming technology initiatives, that sort of thing. That group would also receive advanced training and become essentially technology leaders within the buildings. So we're looking at working with that group. Partnership with Grantwood AEA, which has an outstanding instructional technology support program And that's one that we hope to leverage, and we've already started discussions with them about how we can best leverage that resource. And then other programs, I'll point to the recently completed Google Summit, which the district hosted, and we'll be hosting an expanded version of next year as an opportunity to bring in hundreds of our teachers to get some really sort of differentiated professional development related to what they need for their classrooms as it relates to technology. Along with updating the devices available in the buildings, we're also looking at a classroom suite update. So the district in 2012, I believe, launched the Every Classroom initiative to outfit all of our classrooms with smart boards and associated technologies. That standard suite is really, for a number of reasons, in need of update, some for cost efficiency and others for technologies that didn't exist then that we really should be implementing. So that's something else that we've worked to complete is classroom standard suite update. Every classroom, every learning space, I really should say, will receive components such as wireless video, which gives the option for teachers to sort of untether, and students for that matter, to untether from a single point in the classroom and have more organic interaction within the classroom. Voice lift audio systems, classroom audio, where teachers essentially wear a pendant mic, and then there are also student components of that. There's a ton of research that shows that slight voice amplification can be huge, particularly for students at younger, lower grade levels where contextual clues don't often aren't enough for them to fill in gaps in what they hear from a teacher or from other students. And then also interactive projectors, basically to replace the smartboard component. So a projector that has the smart capabilities built into it, still works with the same software, but ultimately comes at a price of about $2,100 less than outfitting each classroom with a smartboard, which is part of how we can afford some of these other initiatives. Another thing that I want to highlight briefly is our work to develop a student technician program, largely in conjunction with the one-to-one at the secondary grade levels, to give students some curricular IT opportunities for high school, maybe junior high as well. But we're looking at some models from other districts that have implemented that to get it underway in our schools and give students an opportunity for that experience and also to gain certifications in that area. Certainly my 3.5 months here have not been marked by slow transitions, but there are a lot of needs in the district that demand fairly quick action. So in addition to some of these, we're working on policy updates to support these initiatives and others. And I do want to steer you and others in the community to our newly launched technology and innovation blog, innovation.iowacitieschools.org, which includes updates about many of these projects and others as they unfold. Happy to address any questions.
I just have one question. It's not addressed on here, but in regards to our website, district website, any chance it's going to become mobile friendly? I love the left side of the website. I've got the left side of the website down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And once you gave me this computer, once I got on the board, I could see the rest of it. But I think a lot of people, since we know, have phone.
Absolutely. The night before I interviewed for the position I have now, I was in a hotel room with a smartphone trying to learn more about the district and, had that sense of frustration. That is actually something that we're working to roll out, and Kristen could address that in more detail, but hopefully beginning of this coming calendar year, we'll get a mobile-friendly website out.
One of the things we're worried about that could happen, and some would say is likely to happen, are these smarter balanced assessments, and a big part of that is tech readiness. I mean, how big a problem is it if suddenly we have to deal with that?
I don't think it's a huge problem for us. We've had the specs about bandwidth requirements. Certainly the biggest issue for us right now as we look at next year will be device availability. And that's something where we'll have to make strategic use of the labs we have in place. It's one of the advantages of ultimately reducing the ratios of students to devices at all grade levels. I didn't mention along with this, but again, in advance of one-to-one, but for all buildings, we're really looking closely at addressing some of our network infrastructure needs, which right now might prove to be a limitation. We hope to have those addressed by this coming summer. Currently, our network is really operating for standards that were appropriate 10 years ago, so some of the upgrades that we're looking at will increase our throughput 40-fold and really remove any limitations as it relates to actually delivering those tests, at least from our end.
When it comes to the devices, I mean, is the idea that at some point we'll have so many devices that that's just not, you know, in the initial recommendation they made, they were talking about testing a 600-kid school with 30 computers, which would be really hard, I would think. I mean, we're going to have so many computers that at least...
Yeah. Yeah, when we look at, you know, even our current ratio at the elementary, you know, secondary level, once we're 1-to-1, you know, that concern really vanishes there.
Yeah.
At the elementary grade levels, our ratio of 3.4-to-1 is still substantially better than the state average. So a lot of the concerns that other districts have in those regards, we have fewer of those concerns because in no building do we might only have one lab in a building, but we have a number of full class mobile device sets and that sort of thing that are available. And all of the devices that we deploy in the building even now are capable of being used for Smarter Balance, and they're approved by the Smarter Balance Consortium.
Are we doing anything that we wouldn't otherwise do or sooner than we would otherwise do it because we think those are coming? I mean, trying to get a full sense of what the cost of those are.
Yeah, one of the things that is expedited by that is really the network infrastructure upgrades that I mentioned. We would have a challenge right now if we had a substantial number of students in, say, a single grade level in all of our elementary schools testing at the same time. I don't know if that's a likely occurrence, but that would really strain both our bandwidth out to the internet and our network between our buildings. So that's being expedited at the elementary level because of that.
Adam, you touched on it briefly, but I'm just trying to understand. So when I walk into an older school, I see a computer lab. When I walk into a newer school, I see pods with lots of computers in them that are next to the classrooms. And I'm wondering if there's instructional time that's lost in the schools that have the computer lab and they have to have the setups for the mobile stations versus the newer schools that have the pods.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I don't know enough. You know, I haven't been in the district long enough to know enough about the details of our deployment building by building. You know, I know that certainly with older buildings as it relates to technology, there are limitations in terms of electrical and data that often lead to that, you know, being the case. Absolutely, as it relates to how our technology is deployed, it definitely has an impact on instruction. You know, anytime you have to move kids, you know, and that's one of the reasons I mentioned the reduction to 2.5-to-1 at the elementary. The vast majority of those devices will be mobile devices that can go to where students are and where students need to be learning, rather than having to pick up and move to a lab setting. And there are absolutely instructional benefits to that.
So I do think, as we talk about equity, I do think that's an element too of the access when we look at our student populations that are in our newer schools versus our older schools, and you know, how is that impacting their educational opportunities?
I agree.
It's right there, literally at their fingertips, versus having to go someplace.
I agree, and that's another area that we're having some discussions already about. You know, how do we address equity within the model? Again, particularly at the elementary level, where it won't be a one-to-one environment, but looking at, you know, and I hadn't thought about the angle of school design and what that allows for, you know, in terms of age, but certainly in terms of, you know, higher needs schools and how we can address that through technology deployments.
Thanks.
Steve, is there any way that can be included when we do our Go Bond stuff down the line? That information could be very helpful, I think, as we expand with our FMP about the point Director Rowland's bringing up about instruction time lost due to kind of older school design. I think that could be helpful. And just one quick question. You mentioned a blog. You said innovation.
Sure. Innovation.iowacitischools.org.
Okay. Is there going to be, I don't know, this is a Steve Christian, a place where these blogs will people be able to click on our homepage?
Yeah, the technology and innovation blog is currently linked from the district website, from the Technology and Innovation Department. I think I changed the name of that from Information Services, but I'll need to get consistent, make sure I did that. So that's something that is there. I'm also working on a communication that'll go out to families in the district to update them about some of these technology initiatives as well. So,
And one follow-up to that. So individually, I subscribe to it, and you send the updates. Can you just send it to the board? That there's an update?
Yes, absolutely.
Board, our board.
Yep.
Yeah, you mentioned some maintenance being done to the smart boards and everything like that, and a lower cost alternative going in there. Is there any salvage value to those old machines when they get replaced?
There certainly is, and that's something that we'll include in any RFPs when we bid for the new technology, is to require that the company that's selling the new technology buy back our existing technology, and that'll be something that's part of the bid, so a competitive process to try to get the best return value on that equipment.
And what are we finding is the useful life of those smart boards that we're replacing?
The smart boards that we're replacing, typically the useful life is about 6 years. So we actually, other than ones that have had malfunctions before the expected life, we haven't been replacing a lot of them.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, I just wanted to say I was very happy to see the 1-to-1 initiative and getting down to 2-to-1. And like you said, specifically around the mobile devices, because those are just the most useful and flexible and all that good stuff. I did want to point on the report, I was happy to see too that our students, 95% of our students have internet access at home. And 99% of our teachers have internet access at home, and that's been a number that's been increasing over time, and just helps everybody plug into what's available on the net or electronically. So, great, thank you. Further questions?
Just one. I know that we're going to Chromebooks, right?
Yes.
Are we going to have some discussion about policy, about what all is involved? Because I know other districts have Chromebooks, but I also have heard nightmare stories about access sometimes to things on the internet. Like, how are we going to have some more discussion about that? I think parents would be interested in.
Sure, there's a couple things there. First of all, it might be a good idea, just because we've had some transition in the board, to actually go through some of our acceptable use policies that we use with our kids, and we could either do that through work session or we could do that through P&G. And we continue to look for opportunities and options for families to enhance internet access so that they can make use of the Chromebooks not only when they're on the premises but off.
And I think we'll have some policies that need to be updated. And to accordance to that, Adam, I've been working through those a little bit, and we will have some to bring you at some point that'll need to be updated to reflect what we're doing.
Okay, just checking.
I just have a quick process question. So I was way overwhelmed with all the information in here, and it's great. But I'm wondering, in the future, could we break these things up into more than one meeting? Maybe you've been through this and we're swinging the pendulum the other way? Okay, I apologize.
Sorry, I'm chuckling. We used to have these spread out where we delivered a couple of them every board meeting, and then the request was to condense them all and put them together.
I'm probably guilty of that. I apologize.
So we took all those management information system reports, and you really see them come twice now. And you'll see another batch that'll come through in January. You also saw that there were some tabs in here for reports that you've either gotten or that are coming up. So part of the idea was we recognize it's a lot of material all at once, but to get into the habit of providing you the materials in one place where you can find it all, so we can use it to reference as we move through other work that we're doing in the district. So we anticipate that your questions will change as we go through the experience of applying the data and using it to drive the other work that we're doing. So it's one of those reference binders that we hope you will frequently bring to other meetings, and we'll have opportunities to dig deeper in it as we move through it.
Well, I think from a process standpoint too, this should be the only agenda item.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We have our basic agenda items. Maybe we have to do Appendix 9 just to keep things going.
We'll keep that in mind for January.
Yeah, and I know a few times we've said that, and we said it's very busy, but now I think we know. It's this needs to be the only thing on the agenda other than what has to happen.
Well, and I'll commend the team because I don't know how many times they heard me say it, but when we talked about scope of presentation, brevity of slides, trying to condense their materials into a format that would allow them to go deep enough, but at the same time not overwhelm you. So I appreciate the work that they did and their tolerance with me as I kept telling them to cut that down.
Everybody did a nice job of summarizing. And, you know, we decided to make the November 8th meeting a very short meeting, so we're not
We
helped
did.
by the presidential election cycle. But
And it's no reflection on you all that I'm overwhelmed by all of this. This is great information. I just
Just a
want to
lot
make
of
sure
it.
that we don't give too little focus on areas that really need a lot of focus.
Right.
yeah,
I'm
no, it was
a huge
great.
fan of binders.
You like the binders? Exactly. Well, that, and like I say, that's the pro, getting it all at once and organized. All right, anything else in teaching and learning? Thank you very much. That was outstanding. Like I say, a lot of great stuff, and we'll continue to move forward. Next item on the agenda is the property exchange agreement. There is no agreement to...
There is no agreement tonight. We will ask that you actually calendar this for the next meeting. We continue to work through our attorney with the attorney for the Scanlon Farms property and hope that the agreement will be finalized on their end and ready to go hopefully by the next board meeting.
We'll keep moving it along. For the discussion, next item is voting site discussion. Steve?
Sure. One of the things that I think was asked at an earlier meeting was about the use of our facilities as polling places and the work that we're doing to ensure that our buildings are safe and secure. And we've been working very hard at that. Kristen's put some information out to schools that have polling places, so they've been able to push that out to their parents so that parents and staff and students in those buildings know what to expect on November 8th. Dwayne's been working with the facilities department to make sure that we have some additional equipment on hand to assist, whether it's visual aids or communication equipment for staff. We expect that there's going to be a very large turnout on November 8th, and we hope that we are as prepared as we can be for that. Some of our schools are more conducive to voting than others. We're challenged just with the layout of some of our buildings. We're continue to work on alternative locations within those buildings that remain polling sites so that to the extent possible we can segregate voters and students.
And are the sites that are selected all ADA compliant and have
They are.
ADA bathrooms? and
Yes,
that
one
type
of the things that the Johnson County Auditor's Office does is they do reviews of all sites. You may or may not have noticed that outside of the building here, there's now a handrail coming down the ramp. The ramp met expectations for grade, but it did not meet expectations for having a handrail on it. So after they came out in here and did our site audit, one of the things we had to do was put a handrail up outside so that this facility, this room, could be used for a polling place. So they do an audit and review on each of those sites.
And I think... Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I just want to chime in and be my cranky self, not so much to anyone here, but it seems to me like there's more and more discussion about how it's somehow dangerous to let people into the schools to vote, something we never used to worry about in the past. I'm not against any kind of security precautions we want to do is fine, but I just want to say I think we should make every effort to make facilities available to the auditor's office for voting. It's very important that people have convenient locations to go and vote. It helps increase turnout, and so to the extent that we can do that, I think we should really try to do it. I know with the caucuses, some of the polling places were really kind of far away, and I'm not blaming anybody here, but anything we can do to alleviate distance that people have to travel to vote, I'm all in favor of.
I think my only request is, given it's a presidential year and you want to get those every 4 years, this is kind of the bigger. Can we do it like a critique after, like a stop, start, continue? Like, did we really impact the school day? You know what I mean? Or are there things we can do, in terms of where people vote? Or because I agree with Chris, I think we're public facilities. There's an educational aspect to election day that's outstanding. But having said that, we're still in school, and we need to have controls in place for security and accessibility, all that good stuff. So if we could just do a critique, maybe it's a stop, start, continue. I know some schools do it in the gym versus, and is it okay to, not have PE for a day, or if it helps, make it a more secure, isolated event while it's still in our school. But if we could just do a critique, and again, I think with the presidential year, sometimes you go through it and then you forget about it for 4 years, right? And we come back and go, oh yeah, this was a real big issue. If we could just, again, some sort of analysis at the end to say it worked well or it didn't work well.
We'll do, and just to make sure everyone knows that our auditor, Travis Weipert, has been very cooperative. This didn't used to be a polling place, it is now, so that was one of those things we were able to work with him to secure this facility as a polling place. He's been very progressive and willing to come out into the sites and take a look at them and determine which ones are a good fit for him and which ones are a challenge for him. And then looking, to Chris's point, looking to individual precincts when he's looking at voting sites, so that if there is any change in location, that it's within a relatively close distance of current sites. And so that's been a really good dialogue with him, and we'll continue to do that.
And there will actually be voting in this room, right? So that's one of the
They
reasons.
will actually be voting in this room, yes.
We're going to have an abbreviated
We're
session.
going to have an abbreviated session.
So don't forget this at the end.
Room
It'll be in a different
113.
room, 113
Yes.
that night. Yeah, okay.
So, as we've heard from one of our presidential candidates, there might be people lingering, watching people vote, that maybe shouldn't be there. Is there a plan for that?
Well, that's, like I said, that's one of the reasons that we made sure that signage will be very apparent in all the buildings, and that there are additional communication devices. The county auditor is well aware of those challenges, and they've been communicating with us that they plan to also make sure that the monitoring on their end ensures that we don't, for instance, have confrontation or other issues like that going on in the schools.
Thank you.
All right, further discussion on this topic? Said this many times, man, we're looking forward to getting November 8th over with, so can't wait. Next item on the agenda is Appendix 9. Dwayne?
We're going to start this evening with a short presentation on the West High School Phase 1 schematics. And the design team is made up of 3 individuals, Tandy Dousner, Natalie Opadahl, and Tim Fair. Are you going to come up too? You don't need. All right. We even brought poster boards because we know how much you enjoyed them for the Longfellow presentation, so we can hand those around, Steve, as we get going, and they're right next to you. And I'll just kind of introduce by saying that the overall budget for the Phase 1 is about $9 million. And this design includes a gymnasium addition, a new entrance to the rear of the building, which I think you'll find pretty nice, an expansion of the kitchen and a relocated dock. And we're going to convert the old gym into a fitness weight room. And I think we'll just turn it over to Tandy, and she can present it to you.
Yeah, we're trying to get our screen the way we would like to see it.
You want me to keep talking?
We might want you to keep. We might need you to come back up and help us with this. Do you know? Well, they're
I
figuring
have
that
a
out.
PDF in my pocket if you want it.
It's just a PDF. Dwayne, while they're
Kristen.
figuring that out, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So one thing I wondered with the Longfellow presentation, and I'm curious now, when you present plans, is this for our approval? When we approve the Appendix 9, are we approving the plan?
No, well, in a sense, you're just approving the initial layout, not the physical plan. We go through 3 steps. The first one is schematic, which is kind of, and sometimes we present 2 or 3 different schematic designs, or the culmination of a lot of design work.
All right.
Like the staff at West High has been pretty involved with this, as well as the physical plant, but this is just the initial concept. The next time we come back, we don't typically present it. It's more what we call design development. It shows where all the doors are, where all the walls are, and there's a lot more detail. And then the third approval process is the construction documents just before they go out for bid. So this is the schematic design. This is the initial thought that this is what we can do and what we can afford. But as we progress, we put more details to it. We actually had this out for an estimate by a professional estimator, and that hasn't come back yet. We'd hoped it was here today, but it'll probably be next week. But feel pretty comfortable that we're close to being on budget, so we felt comfortable to present it.
I just asked that because if there's changes from what originally was planned in the FMP, if there's like changes in the number of seats or something like that, I'm wondering if that's like a board decision or.
Right. Well, to be honest with you, what we felt was best on this particular phase, we only had a certain amount of money set aside in the original facility master plan for Phase 1. So we're looking at some of the basic infrastructure that will serve the rest of the building. But it seemed to us the best way to start was to create space with the gym and the kitchen, and then the classrooms are they're so complex. All the window systems have to come out to do the HVAC, that it made sense to do that all as part of phase 2. So a lot of that came from us, or from myself, saying this is what makes sense and how to develop this project. So that was the reason too that this board approved the tennis courts. I guess it was last spring we did that. They're about done, by the way, and they're looking pretty good. But we had to do that to create room for the gym. So it's all been thought through, the phases. But we're just now focusing on phase 1 on the gym and the kitchen.
Thank you.
Okay, Tandy, you're on.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to let these guys sit down, and if we need them, I'll have them come back. But this is Tim Fair. He's our mechanical engineer, and Natalie is one of the architectural staff people assisting on the job. Very knowledgeable, but we'll let them sit so they don't have to stand while I talk. And if you would like to pass those boards around, there's nothing secret or hidden by those. You can pass them around and take a look at them. They're big, so whatever you want to do there. I'm going to just start off real quick by just giving you guys some numbers. They're not easy to remember, and it's some information you guys might want as you look at the presentation. But this project is adding on to West High. As you can see, we have the aerial view for you guys. Basically, this is the back view of the building, and we're showing you this because this is the primary location for this building addition. We are adding 25,000 square feet of physical education space to the building, and we are renovating an existing 6,200 square feet as part of the project. The kitchen and cafeteria is getting a major redo as well. We have a small building addition for expanding the kitchen. That is 2,700 square feet. We are also fully renovating the rest of the kitchen and the cafeteria for a total of 14,000 square feet. And we are also impacting a little bit of the maintenance area. We have a small addition, 750 square feet, and a small renovation area of 700 square feet. So just wanted to give you guys those numbers to see how much space we're actually able to impact as part of this project. So scrolling down, this is the site plan. Again, this is near the rear side of the building. So you can see on the site plan, near the bottom, the tennis courts that Dwayne just mentioned. This building addition is shown in yellow, and it primarily sits over top of the existing tennis courts that were previously being used by the school. The green represents grass, of course. The yellow is the building addition. That's all the new space that we are adding. This sort of tan color is the existing building, and the gray, light gray, is existing paving. The dark gray is the new paving as part of the project. This is the main loading dock access, and where all deliveries are brought into the building. So as part of this project, we will actually be shifting the loading dock and improving it. We will also be providing a new entrance pathway up to this building addition, which will gain access to both gyms so that there will be able to be parking during athletic events back here. This will be a handicap accessible pathway. Currently there's a set of steps. There's a pretty big grade change here. So this will actually be a ramp so that people are able to get to this side through ADA accessibility. There's also this small little addition right here. This is the maintenance addition that we were talking about. I'll get into that a little bit here so that you can see why we were doing that. And I think that really covers the gist of what we have going on back here.
While you're doing that, Tandy, go ahead and switch to your next slide, but I was going to give an additional answer to Lori about the phasing of this. And all of these needs were identified in the original BLED assessment. We went through all the educational spaces and all the physical spaces. So after that was done, then we determined what part of this could be done with phase 1 and what was phase 2. So that's a better answer than I gave you before, because it was all identified. We just now have to do it in a way that makes sense.
Dwayne, can you remind me when phase 1 is supposed to be finished?
This will start next spring, the spring of 17, and we should have it done by the fall of 18.
Yes, sir.
They're gone. Yeah,
yes.
Right.
That's a green space?
That is a green space.
No, it's not. We actually put temporaries back there.
Right. And it will eventually, right.
They're running that way.
Right.
And it will eventually be green space. Those temporary areas will be used throughout the construction of this project as we continue on. And then eventually those will go away.
We moved 2 duplex units from Weber. We moved a duplex unit from some other school in addition to the 2 that were there. So there's actually 10 classrooms out there.
Yeah, there's all, as you come around.
Right, and they're there for 2 reasons. One, to handle the excess capacity right now, but secondly, we're going to need those when we get into phase 2. We're going to need to, vacate some classrooms so that we can renovate them. So that's why they're there.
Can I just ask a crazy, I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm sure I'm not thinking about it right, but it does seem kind of funny that we're doing an expansion of West at the very moment when West is going to have fewer students than it's had in years and years. I understand it's probably a good thing to happen, but in terms of the order of things that we're doing, I wonder if decisions that we've made since sort of would have pushed this down the list of urgency.
Well, I guess that'd be my answer. I would say that back when we did the original facility master plan, one of the deficiencies, regardless of whether there's 1,600 students or 2,000 students, was the gym facility, that the high schools need a second and good practice facility. This was woefully inadequate. One of the things we have planned for City High as well is a second gym, but the higher priority at City High was to add classrooms. So we added 6 classrooms on the 3rd floor, if you recall, and just finished those. So it's a balancing act between what you need and, we're not adding any additional classrooms at West. All we're doing is renovating the ones that are there. And once Liberty opens, that will be more than adequate. So we focused the initial concept on some of the athletics.
I'm just worried. We don't know what's going to happen with our funding and with the bond, and are we going to wish that we had spent this money on something that we have a more urgent need for?
Well, it's the chicken and egg, I guess, Mr. Liebig, but, all 3 high schools will suffer if the bond issue doesn't pass.
Yeah, but I just feel like, well, maybe we should prioritize the projects. Well, I don't know, maybe it's too late anyways.
It is. Go ahead, Danny.
We'll move in a little bit more to the nuts and bolts, and we'll talk a little bit about the program so that you can see the spaces and why they were identified as concerns. As Dwayne said, there's not seats being added to this building. As Liberty opens, you don't need additional seats. So there are some other concerns that were raised, and this has been going on now for many years. We actually conducted a study, I would say probably 5 to 6 years ago, that actually involved this entire scope of project. They were looking at that way back in previous administration, even as a need for this particular facility in a certain way because of some safety concerns and some space concerns, which I'll get into as we go through here. So this is, again, just part of the site plan and just showing you that there will be some utility disruption as part of this project based on the location of the mechanical room back here and where we have to place this building addition. Part of what Dwayne mentioned, having to do with some infrastructure that has to be accommodated in order to do this project, will actually help out with the second phase of the project as well. So when phase 2 does move forward, assuming that everybody is going to be a yes voter on the bond referendum, this will actually greatly make the project easier and more seamless as we move through to phase 2 by doing some of this work impacted by the building addition. This is an overall plan, and just to let everybody know and better understand, south is actually up on this plan, which is a little unconventional, but based on the original drawings for West High, that is the way that the original architect designed the building, was south up. And it just is a lot easier to translate documents and make sure that we are holding true to the existing structure if we maintain that, so people don't have to try to rotate continuously. So it's a little unorthodox, but it does help everybody better understand the facility. Green, again, is building addition. The yellow would be the spaces that we are impacting by renovation, and the gray is existing. We wanted to show you the overall because it's a really large impact to the facility, and it's very difficult to show really how it all connects together without showing you everything. We're not really doing much work in the gray areas. We have a little things that we have to do, but you can see right now that with this building addition, one of the main features that we've done as part of this, I don't know if you guys can see where the cursor is, but this is where the existing corridor stops, and this is the line of the existing building. Right now, to get into what is currently the practice gym, you have to go through the existing gym, so you're constantly disrupting educational space to get from one space to another. So part of this project was to improve that and provide a circulation route actually around that space to allow access into this area and then also allow circulation to the new gymnasium. So that is a huge feature that I know Greg Schultz was very excited about because it will really cut down on the traffic flow through here. It also helps that if there were, say, tournaments going on in the facility and you had people parked on both sides using both parking lots now, people will actually be able to get access to both gyms through this entrance or through the main entrance without actually having to walk through the activities that are going on in the spaces. So that's a good benefit. We also had the ability right here as part of the addition to actually add, and I'll show you this in a bigger form here, but to add an elevator that will get accessibility up to a floor that is above the existing locker room. Currently that is more bleacher space, and it is also the existing weight room. So that weight room will be transitioned into a different space, but it will allow people to get up there. One of the things that we're doing is, since I mentioned the weight room, that's on the second floor, which traditionally, as architects and engineers, we don't like to put weight rooms on the second floor because there are just some known dangers that exist. Heavy weights and being dropped on the floor can present some safety concerns. And some years ago, there were some structural issues to this part of the building that had to be repaired because the weight room is on that elevated structure. And it was one of the goals of the school district and the administration to, in the time that this project would actually occur, to change that so that we could bring that function down to the main floor so that we would reduce the risk of structural damage due to that function. So that is something we're doing. We are actually renovating a space here to house the weight room. And then this space above gets converted to the fitness center. Basically the equipment there's some equipment stored in a space down in the performing arts wing. For anyone who has not walked through the building or actually seen these things, it's worth checking out, but there's some space down here, second floor, that has fitness equipment in it, and that is going to be brought over here into the location that it really should be. And it is a safe, lighter weight use of space. So that's what's happening there. Moving on, this is a close-up, and again, if you want to take a look at the boards, they're up on the screen. This is basically the program that we're talking about. This is that hallway that extends from the existing. You can see this is the elevator. It comes up on the second floor adjacent to the stair. We extend here and then down to the gym back here. One of the things that you can see right now, this outline right here where my hand is on the screen, that's the size of a traditional high school basketball court. You can see that you don't really have that in the existing practice gym, so there's some issues with practice. They're not practicing on a true traditional high school sized basketball court. They also can't have any kind of freshman or lower level games in this gym. So that was one of the big things, is trying to get a space where they could actually use it for gym class, they could use it for tournaments, and that they could use it for practice and gain that ability to actually have full-size courts. So we have 2 full-size courts separated by a divider curtain. There's bleachers on each side. There's about 215 seats per side. So they are able to actually either do volleyball or basketball in here and have access to the gym down this way, have access to the gym through a hallway that we punch through the existing space and get both sides of the gym without having to really interrupt the activities going on in the space. We also have a restroom core here for the building addition. It is located in a way where we can make use of it from both gyms. This is the exit from the big gym, the new gym. And then also the baseball program is out here. The batting cage is kind of down in this area, and it's a really long ways to restrooms for these guys and for baseball. So one of the big things that was discussed is actually allowing these to be used for baseball if they decided that they wanted to do that.
It works for soccer and tennis as well.
And soccer too, yeah. Storage, always a necessity, and a large electrical room to handle some new electrical loads. Another space that we have, there's a couple things here. We have performance PE and dance. They have a different kind of gym class from when I went to school here, and it requires a lot of flexible type spaces. They don't really have access to that. They don't have a good space to do the kinds of things that they need to do. as well as the dance team. Right now they practice in the cafeteria, as do the cheerleaders. So this space is designed as a multi-use, multi-function space that can be used for a variety of different groups. It's not expected that it's just going to be for PE. It's going to be likely to be used by a lot of different people. Mirrors will be on the walls so they can, the vocal, team can come down here and use it for something if they want to. There's a lot of possibilities there. Then we are relocating the AD office. It's being displaced by the kitchen cafeteria work, so it is being located down here in close proximity to all of the athletic areas with visual access to the entrance and to the corridor. And then we're taking the existing practice gym, like we said, and converting it into the weight room. The existing space is elevated, as we talked about. It's also very small. It's crammed in there with equipment. It's not very safe with the amount of clearances that they have around all of the equipment. So this will allow them to have more space and have a safer environment overall for the athletes and kids who are utilizing this part of the facility. The gymnasium is being designed as a refugee area for high wind and tornadoes, so we are using concrete to allow us to do that, and that will really help with centralizing some of the safe areas in this building. It can accommodate all of the students in the building, but we're still maintaining the spaces that we have elsewhere. It's got West High has some pretty good space, so it will just be another option that they can use to house people in the event of weather. Second floor, a lot of this is just basically two-story volume space, so there's not a lot of program up here, but we do have a mezzanine for mechanical equipment and storage. And then this is the little elevator addition that you can see right here that will pop up onto the second floor and allow access into the bleachers and the fitness center. The rest of that is primarily roof space. So down to the kitchen and cafeteria, as you can see, there's a lot of space that we're touching in this facility. Down here in the kitchen and cafeteria, we are expanding the kitchen space. You can see the green here. We're able to do this because the existing structure are beams and columns, so the walls themselves can actually be taken out and we can expand and allow that space to be part of the kitchen. They are lacking in storage severely in this particular space. The existing kitchen was not designed to produce food for multiple satellite buildings. So right now, West High is producing food for 5 elementaries as well as the Roosevelt Education Center and all of its own students. And they're doing it in a kitchen that was designed to handle the original West High. So there you have a great staff. We actually spent time observing the production and preparation of all the food, and it was just absolutely incredible what these people can do in this building and in this kitchen. Phenomenal, but they definitely need some more space. And some of the goals with providing this new space and renovating this is to improve some circulation patterns for the staff, to increase their efficiency, to provide them with new, better functioning equipment, to give them the more storage space that they need. And then it's also to improve the serving traffic patterns for the students as well, with the hopes that there will be quicker serving times, more efficiency with how that happens. We're also expecting to give it a full facelift. So this will essentially just get fully gutted and be brought up to modern times, modern standards, hoping that kids will be more drawn to actually wanting to utilize this space and eat at West High. We are also going to do a big facelift on the cafeteria by improving the finishes, improving acoustics, providing some different seating options. Right now it's just standard cafeteria tables, and Greg has purchased some booths, which the kids really love. So we're going to incorporate those and then provide some suggestions for different seating options with tables, different height tables. We'll have a standing counter in there for kids who just kind of want to grab something and eat real quick and go. And we'll also have a counter for plugging in electronic devices and charging and all those things that kids really need access to today that they don't have in this particular facility.
And Tandy, that really came from Greg. He wants to
Yeah.
encourage students to stay there, providing some of those amenities like the booths and the charging stations, but also in the kitchen, the athletic director's office is right now currently located in the kitchen, right there in that corner.
Right in the corner.
So moving that helps us make that a lot more functional too.
It does. And we are also opening up, again, with the way this building was constructed, we're able to open up some of the walls along here to really open up the visibility of that space, as well as improve traffic flow and circulation and get people really excited about wanting to be in there, which is much different than it is today. All in all, I think this will be just a huge improvement for the students in this school. Right now, the other thing that they do for those who have never observed lunch, again, I just can't tell you how incredible these people are, but they have a la carte stations positioned within the cafeteria and in the hallways because there's not enough serving space in that existing kitchen. So the staff actually have to take all of these carts and all of these items out into the hallways, out into the cafeteria. It takes away valuable seating space. And then they're all spread out, so you don't have the efficiency with people having to, check people out and get people through. You actually are doubling up on a lot of these services, which can be eliminated if we can bring it all back into the serving area. So while they're doing an incredible job, this will be a really great thing for them to enhance their operations and be able to do even more for the kids than what they're doing today.
Before you leave that page, talk about staff receiving and the lactation.
Oh, yeah. So part of that as well, there's a staff room within the existing kitchen, taking up more space than what we need in this room. This right now is the receiving area that basically all the building deliveries are coming in. The loading dock is back here. We will be providing a new loading dock. It will be able to accommodate a semi and the flat box trucks that the food deliveries use. They'll have direct access onto the dock. There will be dumpsters that are incorporated into it. We have it laid out, but we haven't incorporated it into the plan yet. So there is a separate, entrance for the kitchen over here, which has double doors so that you can load and unload all these carts to the satellite locations, and then separate doors for receiving where he can bring his his materials and equipment in through here. We took part of that over for the staff lounge area in order to leave space for the kitchen. And then part of the thing we also did, which we feel is an improvement, is we have moved the restrooms for the staff off of the corridor. Currently, they're right in the staff room, so if you're using the bathroom, you walk right in, and people are having lunch. It's uncomfortable. So this was one of the things that we talked about doing. The school themselves, the administration asked for a lactation room, so we were overtaking some storage in an area that really this is space that is really great to capture to be able to do this. And then for the receiving, part of the reason we have some maintenance renovation is that since we are taking over some of that space, we're actually providing some additional space in the form of an addition to handle the maintenance equipment like lawnmowers and snow removal equipment. So he'll be able to move that into the separate room and then relocate some of his receiving and office functions to the other space that he has more to the south here that kind of goes off of our plan.
Just a quick question. Is it going to increase the amount of kids that can eat? I've been at West High during lunch, and it is
crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's just kids are just kind of everywhere, and so I'm wondering if it's going to increase the number of kids that can be in there, because I think some of it is there's no space to eat in here,
Right.
so we're just going to sit on the hall in the
Right.
in the hallway.
Yes, and that was one of Greg's big concerns too, that he wanted us to look at and address, and it will. Once we get a lot of that a la carte stations, that takes up, I want to say that takes up this entire 1/3 of this space here, and it takes up 1/3 of the space over here with the way that the kids queue and line up. And once we move that outside of this particular space, we regain all of that in seating. It improves the traffic flow, so kids aren't having to cross back. Right now, they literally cross back and forth one another the entire time. There's a la carte on both of these locations, so they come out and then they have to try to get through all these kids who are still in line. It just doesn't work very well. So the queuing will actually occur down the hallway here and into the space here. Will actually be quite a bit of queuing space within the serving area before they actually get to the counter stations. And then there's also, the way the style works is that it's kind of like food court style, where you kind of pick and choose as you go. You go up to the station that you want. You don't have to wait in the line. If somebody wants pizza in front of you and you want a sub, you go around them and you go to the sub line.
Two things, though. It will increase table space,
Yep.
but we've also talked about, there's a little satellite lunch area down in the 9th grade center. We don't think that'll go away initially until they get fine-tuned this space. That one will probably stay there for a while.
Yeah, and they enjoy having that space, and I think they want to see how things go once this opens. It's a really long ways down to the 9th grade center, and so a lot of students will stay down there even once this opens, and once it's fantastic and they love the space, they're still probably going to want to stay down there just on distance.
I think some of it is, I mean, they bring some of the à la carte stuff down there too.
They
So
do.
like, I think that's gonna be important to look at that flow of that usage once those carts go away because there's space in the kitchen.
Right, absolutely. And I think their plans are to see how it functions and what they do need to do. One of the other things too that they have, you know, if you go into the serving, right now the serving's over here, and if you go in here and get the traditional hot lunch, you have a lot more options for fruits and vegetables than what you have out in the different, like in the pizza area and in the a la carte area. They can't have all of that stuff out there. It just doesn't function. So those kids who want pizza, in order to get their full meal plan, they have to add, you know, fruit and a vegetable. They have to meet a certain criteria. There are limitations on what they can have. So they might get an apple, or they might, that might be really all their choices. So once we get it all brought into the serving area, they're going to increase all of the options that they have. Like,
So Tandy, you're making us all hungry.
I know.
And we're running tight on time, so why don't we
Yep.
get into elevations?
All right, so moving on to the elevation, which is fine with me. I understand that too. I'm also hungry. So the the exterior elevations, this is the view basically from, again, it's the back side of the building, but we want to keep everyone, the forefront of your mind is that even though this is the back side of the building, if you remember that view that we showed at the very beginning, this is the backdrop of the athletic facility that you have back here. Everybody who comes to an athletic event at some point in time is going to be looking at this. It's not hidden. It's really out there. If you're going to watch tennis, you're going to be staring at this building. So this is basically the face that is facing the tennis courts. And this is going to be a precast box. It is a gym, and its function works best as a box, but we want to make sure that it looks nice and we're still doing it in a way that is cost effective and affordable. So these precast panels are a textured panel, and it's hard to tell on a rendering like this, but it's like a variegated rib textured panel at the top, and then on the bottom is smooth. We have some vertical windows that because we would really like to have natural light in the space. Natural light is important in all teaching spaces, but because it's going to be used as a refugee area, there's limitations on size, and so we are keeping them narrow in order to meet the criteria for the refugee area. The color will be a colored concrete, and it will be complementary to the existing brick, which is kind of a pinkish brown with a dark gray accent. So our plan is to use a color that's complementary, found within the brick. And then the rest of the building addition, which is kind of in shadow here, is all brick to match the existing and metal panel, which is the material on top of the existing gym, to really blend in. And then we also have an entrance canopy here where we can draw your attention to that as the entrance if you come to this side of the building for athletics. And you can see we have this vertical element, which if you've been to West High, and it's part of the reason we did this as well, that's how the building was designed. It was designed with all of these vertical elements in between the windows. And so we're trying to pull that language in here, albeit very simply, in order to try to call back to the existing architectural, significance of the facility. We have another view here that is the three-dimensional sort of shot of the same facility looking from. So basically, if you're coming to an event and you've parked in the parking lot, you will be looking up and you'll see this. This is the netting and fence for the tennis courts, and this is the big gymnasium box that you see here. This is part of the existing building. This is the art room, and you can see these vertical elements right here. That's what we're trying to pull when we do these vertical windows. You'll see the canopy. And as you approach the building, you'll just get closer and closer. The idea is to just blend this in. We're not trying to make a powerful statement here with this. We're trying to blend it in and be very complementary with what we're adding on.
Okay, with that, we'd answer any questions you might have.
That's it.
Can we go back one more slide, I think? Yeah. So the green area is new addition, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so this is, if I'm got my bearings right, that's the existing receiving area.
Right here. It's kind of right
Okay,
here.
so this is, so this would be south?
South is straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up. Yep.
Okay, well, to me, that receiving area, you've got the loading dock, and you got the door coming in. over on this side, we're coming up, and the existing, the loading dock kind of wraps around, there's steps that go
Yep.
into where the staff goes.
Yep.
How far are we coming up that way? Because the now where's the boiler?
This is the boiler room here, so we do not impact the boiler room.
You're not
Nope.
closing that off?
No.
No.
That's where that chiller is, Phil.
This is where the
That's-
chiller is, just to
Okay.
show you for reference. And this will be the doors to the receiving area, and the loading dock will actually probably come out past this corner. It has to be quite big in order to get dock levelers so that you can accommodate the semi. You actually need about 18 feet, so we will be out quite a distance here by the time we get that loading dock shown on this plan. But it does not impact the boiler room.
Okay, so we're not gonna have to bust the building out to get there?
No.
And on
Will
the,
not.
and on the restrooms, if you go back to that, I know, you know,
To the gym?
yeah. And that, is there any thought, and I guess I had this talk with Botchway, I wish he was here tonight, with, you know, where we are with going with gender and things like that. Is there any thought or consideration that we just put in restrooms? Not specifically
Well,
men or women.
yeah, I think that's not for her to decide, but the internal discussions we have is that possibly staff rooms will be made available for those that choose to use them.
And that's partly why this was done as well. So those were within the staff room. So you've got the issue of, you know, having a restroom right in the space where you're eating. That's one issue. And the other issue was if we bring them out to the corridor, it opens up the opportunity to do that here in this space here. And I think as time goes on, I mean, this is just a sidebar. Of course, it is an administrative decision, but that will be a question, Phil, that comes up as time goes on to architects and to
No, I
administrators.
understand. And I
Yeah.
think, you know, the time to do it is
Yep.
before you build it, and
Mhm.
then after it's built, and then you're ripping it out.
Right.
But, and what's the square footage on the weight room?
The weight room is just under 5,000 square feet.
5,000 square feet.
And the current weight room is about 3,500 square feet. And you go up there and it's packed. It's,
We did also look at the template sizes that we used for Liberty High School to make sure that we weren't exceeding what we're doing in other places.
as well as the school across town. We've compared
Right.
it against all of them for equity purposes.
All right, great.
Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Other Appendix 9, Dwayne?
Yes, please. We have 6 different projects. We have the athletic, we have the Bates bleachers. We have a change request for $27,000 for unforeseen soil conditions and removal of some concrete piers and compaction and some wire footings. At Eastdale Transitions, this one is one we talked about recently, where we purchased 2 condominium units that are adjacent to each other, and we've developed a plan in a very quick order. That's why we're asking you to approve the design of this as well as the award of contract. I know it's kind of unconventional, but we did this really quickly so that we could get this going. We hope to start work in the next week or 2. We actually got 7 bids. They ranged from $218,500 to $299,500 with no alternates. And the low bidder was Apex Construction of Iowa City at $218,500. And what that project will do is merge those 2 units into one. We're going to phase through it. We're going to work in the empty unit, and then over the winter break, we'll open that up and make that usable for both sides. So we have to do some transition there. The next project is a change request for City High, the 3rd floor addition for $3,500. And you may recall, and you may not, but there was an older classroom that was adjacent to that 6th classroom addition, and we had to redo some heating and cooling work, and this is to make some changes to the older system. At Corville Central, we also have a change request for $52,000, and we ended up adding some more smoke detectors and some more code-related items. And then district request, we worked with a contractor on providing the temporary heat during construction. We made some requests. The contractor also absorbed about $25,000 worth of the work. And then we lowered some countertops, and we deleted some keying. And then we had some unforeseen site conditions with storm pipes that we ran into this summer that we didn't anticipate on the site. So that all added up to $52,000. At Hoover East, we have a change request for $15,000, and what we did was requested an upgrade in the roofing specs. The spec that was drawn up, actually, it was a minimal standard, that I discovered and asked that the thickness of the roofing be increased from 45 mils to 60 mils and that the warranty be increased from 15 to 20 years. So that's what that request was for. And then at West High School, this, what you just saw, the schematic design approval. With that, I'd answer any questions you might have.
Can you just repeat, you were going through it kind of fast on that Hoover roof. That was a district oversight? Or
No, I think, well, technically the roof probably meets our standard or minimum specs. But with our roofing consultant and myself, we studied it, and frankly, I thought that the district would be better served by a thicker roof. So before we got too far down the line, we made that request. So this is $15,000 is really a minimal upgrade for that 20-year warranty, which, in fact, I think the thickness of the material we're putting on will give the district 30 years.
Now, is this something we need to address the construction standard?
Absolutely, and we already have.
Okay.
So it won't happen again.
Okay.
All right, entertain a motion.
Can I just ask one more question? And this maybe follows up maybe what Director Liebig had asked. So when we decided, or when you decided that phase one for West High would be the athletic part, and for example, phase one for City High was the additional classrooms.
Right.
How did we, how are we, I guess, how are we deciding that the phase one for West High, the athletics is more important, or more, is it more, just because it's more doable than finishing the air conditioning and whatnot?
Okay, well, to finish the air conditioning, what it's going to cost, and when we do that, we also have to do the windows, because the air conditioning system that's there is all tied into the window system. And we determined that cost is more likely to be in the $12,000 to $15,000 range. So working backwards, when we put the budget together in the original facility master plan, we knew we only had so many dollars available in the save. So we looked at what we could do at City and what we could do at West that we could afford. Because at City, there'll be another $20,000 worth of work done in phase two, and at West High, there'll be another.
Million, right?
Just put million instead of 1,000, you're good.
Million, right?
20 million, excuse me. And, yeah, 20,000, that's cheap.
I was gonna say, I'd take that deal right now.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
20,000, let's
So
go.
17 million at West High. So we kind of worked backwards and said, okay, what can we do? Well, we needed classrooms at City, and that drove that. Plus, we were able to build on the third floor. That building was actually designed for a third floor. And that building was done by Shive Hattery, and they had to convince me that it would work, but it will, and it did. And then at West High, we also, all those drawings you saw with the infrastructure, we need to do that so that we can do the air conditioning in the second phase. So sometimes you just have to do the stuff that's not so pretty to be ready for air conditioning and electrical. So that drove that decision too. And they knew the gym at West High was really inadequate, as is at City High, but there was just different priorities. I don't know if I answered your question, but, and, you know, as far as going back and reevaluating, I'm following the plan that was approved by the board in 14 and again, and revised in 15. I should say 13 and 15.
Entertain a motion.
Can I ask one more question? On the design, I hope that things that Mark Schnoor has told us on IPM as far as dumpster relocation and things like that, we kind of abide by what he's recommending.
Yeah, I think there's one recommendation that he makes that he acknowledges that we probably won't be able to do, and that's the distance from the dumpsters to the buildings. I don't know of a school district or school that has dumpsters as far away as what his recommendation would be, and this is one of them. It won't work. So.
Well, but I would hope that we would take into consideration as
Yeah,
maybe not meeting exactly what he's saying, but
Right.
recognize that distance will help us with keeping it clean.
We had that very conversation.
Okay.
I move that we approve the Appendix 9 items as presented.
Second.
Further discussion? Kim, ready to vote?
Is open. All votes have been cast and the motion carries with all directors voting in favor.
Thanks, Kim. Next item on the agenda is agenda setting. November 8th, as we talked previously, we're trying to keep to a very simple meeting. I think we're planning to not have the student representatives in ICAA. We didn't want to take them off till we confirm that.
That's correct. We've already confirmed it with them.
Off to the next meeting, or just take?
Actually, we looked at that next meeting, and the next meeting is November 22nd, and students do not have school on the 23rd, so we conferred with the students and with the ICEA, and they would prefer to come back and see us that first meeting in December.
Just to reinforce, we basically gave them the choice, and so December's the answer. Great. We'll keep community comment, and the rest will be as presented. I guess we'll put property on there if it's really timely, but otherwise we'll wait until the second meeting in November. Anything on the 8th?
You know, it's just a little thing, and maybe it can wait, but I don't want to forget it. So I did, and I mentioned it to you. I submitted just a statement of my reasons for the way we voted on I voted on the Appendix 6 hearing that we held. I was hoping that maybe those could appear on the minutes or whatever for that night if someone goes and looks for them. But apparently that's not standard practice. So I thought maybe the board would consider doing that. And you know, in theory, we're supposed to submit a statement of the board under Appendix 6, so I don't know if that would go along with that. Is that something we could talk about either that night or the following meeting?
What do you mean that night?
Either November 8th or the following one?
I don't think we definitely don't want it on the 8th. It's a question if we want it on the 24th. Well, we put it on the parking lot and we can decide.
Bring it up on the 8th again?
Sorry?
You mean bring it up on the 8th for
Yes.
the 24th? Okay, sure.
Other items? Again, just a reminder that meeting will be in room 113. You're coming through the main entrance, right? It's basically in the back of the building.
We'll have people here to help direct traffic.
I was going to ask a question. We still have a significant amount of items to cover in our work session this evening.
So my next point was going to
There
be.
we go.
The big idea was to have a work session anyways. I think it was mine. Sorry.
I'd suggest we move the work session to November 24th. It's not going to happen tonight. It's already 10:20.
22nd.
Was it 22nd? Yes, November 22nd.
I was going to propose, since it's a work session, that we do it on the 8th. Since it requires very little space, and obviously space is an issue on the 8th, and the 22nd is the night before people might be motoring out of town for the Thanksgiving holiday.
The only concern I'd have is we were trying to keep the meeting on the 8th small because of some concerns about parking here with the election. So that just FYI.
Do we anticipate a large number of folks attending
We don't
our
know.
work session? Yeah.
We don't know, but I know one of the issues that the auditor has is that there's no overflow parking here. So if you can't park, if you pull in and there's nowhere to park, it's not like you can park on the street. So we were trying to keep all of our meetings at a minimum that day so that there was extra room for parking. We actually park
I'll be
employees
pleased if the work
off-site.
session is not this evening.
Polls close at what, 9? Yeah.
Let's just go to the 22nd. I mean, I get, it's a rock and a hard place in terms
Fine.
of what the schedule looks like. Is that all right?
Yep.
Good. And do we have a, next item on is November 1st, policy and governance? Is there a draft agenda yet?
I'll be working with Kim on that by tomorrow.
All right, anything else on agenda setting? Entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Brian has a first, Natasha has a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.